Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I first saw the fog in the photo before I ever saw it in person. It sat low over a knife edge of rock like poured milk, swallowing the ridgeline and leaving the trees below in clean daylight. The image was dated June 14, 1978, taken in the afternoon by a volunteer searcher who wrote on the back, "Lost signal at the outcrop. Compass spun, we turned back, he never added another note." But the same photo showed up again in a box of clippings at the county library, then in an evidence envelope at the ranger station, then as a scanned file in a university folder labeled Recurring Disappearances, Granite Crown. People in town called it the Crown because the outcrop looked like broken teeth from the highway turnout. Tourists stopped for the view. Kids climbed it. On clear days, it was nothing but wind, stone, and the long sweep of the valley. On the days that mattered, it was a border. My job wasn't to chase ghosts. I logged missing person patterns for the state. The kind of work that makes you feel like a clerk at the edge of other people's tragedies. Dates, locations, clothing, last known actions. I didn't get attached. I didn't have to. Most cases didn't repeat in a way that made the hair on your arms rise. This one did. Over decades, different people disappeared in the exact same place. The narrow saddle just below the crown where the trail pinched between boulders and a steep drop. A teenager in the early 60s. A geology student in the 70s. A pair of day hikers in the 90s. A retired teacher in 2009. A drone hobbyist in 2018. None of them were connected. Different seasons, different lives. The same afternoon timing. The same weather note in each report. Sudden fog rolling in fast, thick enough to turn a familiar path into a hallway with the lights off. And each time the searchers wrote the same thing too. Radios crackled out. Compasses wandered like magnets were being waved nearby. Early reports mentioned needles spinning. Later ones mentioned GPS losing lock, and phones dropping to blank maps. A search dog handler wrote that the animal refused the saddle, paws braced, whining, then pulled hard downslope as if trying to drag the handler away. No remains were ever recovered from the hot spot. Not a boot, not a pack strap, not a phone, even in the years when phones seemed to survive everything else. After the 2018 case, a grad student from the university convinced a few departments to fund a small field study. They filed it under localized interference and search and rescue hazards. The official language was tidy, the kind that keeps panic out of meeting minutes. I was assigned as a liaison because I knew the files and because I didn't flinch when the pattern started to look like something with intent. We met at the trailhead on a bright Saturday. It was early summer, but the valley still had a thin winter color to it, pale and dry. The researchers had equipment I could name and equipment I couldn't. A handheld spectrum analyzer, magnetometers in padded cases, weather sensors on a lightweight mast. The lead, Dr. Annika Voss, spoke in careful phrases that never stepped beyond what she could measure. She wasn't there to prove anything strange. She was there to rule it out. I followed them up with 2 rangers and a volunteer team leader who'd been on enough searches to carry old fear like a tool. The first hour was normal. Sun on rock, pine shade. The trail built a simple story under our feet. Switchback, straightaway, creek crossing. In the distance, the crown cut a jagged line against the blue. At noon, we stopped to set the first sensor mast and take baseline readings. Numbers came in steady. Phones worked. Compasses pointed north and stayed there. I watched the ridge above us, waiting for some sign that the mountain had learned how to do a trick on command. We moved again, and the trail began to tighten. The trees thinned. The wind picked up with that steady, indifferent push it gets above the canopy. You could hear it before you felt it, sliding through the stone. The saddle was still a quarter mile away, when my phone buzzed with a weather alert. I didn't have service, not really, but the alert had cached earlier. It warned of patchy fog at higher elevations. That should have been comforting. Patchy fog is a normal thing, a simple thing. Then the air changed. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a wall rolling in from the distance. The temperature dipped as if a cloud passed over the sun, except the sun stayed bright. The wind softened. Sound flattened. Even our footsteps sounded different, as if the ground was absorbing them. Dr. Voss noticed it too. She stopped and checked the small sensor clipped to her strap. She didn't call it out as anything. She just made a note. We rounded a bend, and the crown came into full view above us. The outcrop's broken teeth threw hard shadows. The saddle below it was a shallow notch between boulders. You could see straight through it to the other side, where the slope fell away into a tangle of scrub. The fog arrived all at once. One moment, I could see the line of the trail. The next, the space between the boulders filled with white that moved like breath. It didn't pour down from above. It seemed to appear from the stone itself, seeping from cracks, pooling in the low point, then lifting. It was thick enough to hide the saddle completely, but thin enough at the edges that you could still see sunlit rock beyond it, a contradiction that made my eyes strain. The radios hissed. One of the rangers tapped his unit, frowned, and tried another channel. Static answered. Dr. Voss turned her handheld device on and stared at the screen. "That's odd," she said once. Quiet. The only direct line of dialogue I would hear from her all day. Then she swallowed it and went back to looking at numbers. My compass swung a few degrees left. It settled. It swung again, faster this time, and wobbled as if it couldn't decide what north was supposed to mean. Behind us, the trail was clear. Ahead, the saddle was a blank page. The volunteer team leader didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. He motioned for everyone to stay together and pulled a roll of bright tape from his pack. He started tying it to low branches, making a breadcrumb line the old way. The tape snapped lightly in the wind that had returned, a thin sound in all that white. I wrote down the time, 2:17 p.m. afternoon. Like the reports, I wrote down the humidity reading Dr. Voss called out to herself. I wrote down the way my phone's map turned into a gray grid, as if it had forgotten the shape of the land. We had come to observe the dead zone, not to test it with our bodies. The plan was simple: set sensors at the boundary, send a drone over the saddle, collect data, leave. The drone didn't cooperate. It lifted, steadied, and started toward the fog. 10 feet from the edge, it jerked sideways like something had slapped it. The screen in the operator's hand stuttered and froze. Then the drone dropped out of sight, swallowed without a sound. No crash, no buzz fading, just gone. The team leader tightened his grip on the tape, as if he could anchor himself to the living world by holding a strip of plastic. Dr. Voss wanted the drone back, not because it was expensive, but because losing it meant losing the clean line between what we could explain and what we couldn't. One of the rangers, practical and calm, volunteered to edge forward with a tether line. He clipped a rope around his waist, handed the end back, and took 3 steps into the fog. His silhouette dissolved. Not slowly, not gradually. It blinked out like a light. The rope in our hands went slack. We pulled. There was no weight, no drag, no tug from a resisting body. The rope slid back through the fog with a dry whisper and came to us clean. The end frayed where it had been cut against stone. The knot was still there. The clip was still there. There was no sign it had snapped under force. It looked as if it had simply been shortened. Then the fog thinned at the edge for an instant, and I saw the saddle again. I saw the exact place where people had last been seen, between 2 boulders, a narrow passage where a foot could slip. I saw the sunlit rock beyond it. I saw nothing else. Short sentences came naturally after that. We backed up. We stayed together. We followed the tape. We did not run, but we moved fast. The radios remained useless. The compass spun until I shut it. Behind us, the fog stayed put, perfectly contained in that notch, as if it respected a boundary we couldn't see. At the trailhead in service range again. The world snapped back to normal with insulting ease. Radios worked, GPS locked. My phone loaded a map like nothing had happened. The ranger we'd lost became a line in a report before the sun set. Search and rescue went out the next day under clear skies and found nothing. They went out again when fog rolled in, because the pattern demanded it, and their equipment failed at the same spot, because the pattern insisted. They set up grids. They repelled the slopes. They scanned with thermal cameras. They watched compasses spin like toys. They marked the saddle with paint on stone that later faded faster than it should have. Weeks passed. The university study was quietly suspended. The official explanation leaned on mundane phrases: microclimates, mineral deposits, topography, electromagnetic anomalies. All plausible, all thin. I went back into the files and pulled out the old ones again. The ones that had felt like accidents until they stacked into something else. I noticed details I'd ignored before. The way each disappearance happened within a few minutes of the fog arriving. The way witnesses always described the edge of it as sharply defined. The way searchers always talked about sound changing. I found a volunteer log from 1978 with a line I'd never seen quoted. "It's like the mountain forgets you as soon as you step into it." I told myself not to mythologize it. Stories grow teeth when you feed them. But I couldn't stop thinking about that rope coming back shortened, clean, as if a careful hand had measured what it wanted and left the rest. 2 months after our failed study, I drove up alone on a weekday. I didn't go to the saddle. I didn't bring a compass. I sat at the highway turnout with binoculars and watched the crown from a safe distance. Tourists came and went. A couple took selfies. A kid threw a pine cone off the rocks and laughed at the way it disappeared into the brush below. At 2:12 p.m., the wind shifted at 2:16 p.m. The light took on that flatter, colder tone I remembered. At 2:17 p.m., fog filled the saddle like someone had opened a door. Even from far away, I could see the edge of it. Neat and pale and wrong. It didn't spread. It didn't drift down the slope. It sat there, holding its shape, waiting. I raised the binoculars and stared until my eyes watered. For a moment, at the very center of the notch, the fog cleared just enough to show bare stone. No footprints, no scraps, no clue. Then something small and dark moved at the boundary. Not a person, not an animal, just a brief interruption, like a hand passing close to a camera lens. The fog thickened again. The notch went blank. I drove home with my windows down, breathing warm air and exhaust, and anything else that proved the world was still connected. That night, I filed my notes and added a single sentence to the case summary. The only honest conclusion I could stand behind. The repetition, the identical trigger, and the failures at the same coordinates meant this wasn't a chain of accidents. It was a place, and places don't have motives. They just are. Still, some afternoons when the air goes suddenly cold and sound flattens, I picture that saddle filling with white like a mouth closing, and I feel the same reflex I felt on the trail. The urge to grab hold of something bright and flimsy and human before the mountain remembers how to forget you. The first thing I did after the storm broke was scrape ice off the hood of my truck with an old membership card, because my scraper had walked off sometime last season. The wind still had teeth, but the sky had that rinsed out look it gets when everything heavy has already fallen. I remember thinking as I shoved my clipboard under my arm that the mountain was going to show us exactly what it wanted us to see and nothing more. Dispatch had called it dawn. A solo hiker overdue from a ridge loop above Trayline. Name Eli Markham. Age 34. Vehicle at the trailhead since yesterday afternoon. No check-in text. The weather alert had hit fast and mean. Hail at lower elevations. Snow and sleet up high. Gusts strong enough to make the pines hiss and twist. It was the kind of night where you don't romanticize being outdoors. You just survive it. Our team staged in the gravel lot with headlights cutting through lingering fog. Radio snapped with short updates. I ran the briefing the way I always do. Routes, hazards, probable shelter points, last known location, time windows. I'm the one who carries spare batteries and an extra pencil. I like maps clean and folded the same way every time. People joke about it until the day a clean map saves an hour. Eli's profile wasn't dramatic. Experienced, not reckless. No social media trail of summit selfies or last-minute bravado. He'd filed a simple plan with a friend. Start at the south trailhead, hit the ridge, loop back by the creek. He'd worn a watch that synced to his phone, but the phone had last pinged near the lower saddle before the storm shut everything down. We split into 2 ground teams and 1 drone operator working the first safe window. I took the north spur because it kept us on the windward side, where you can sometimes spot movement against snow. The terrain above treeline is all rock ribs and shallow bowls that look gentle from below and turn treacherous the minute you're in them. Exposure does that. It lies. The climb was a constant negotiation with slick stone. The storm had pasted rime onto everything. Every branch, every signpost, every tuft of alpine grass bent flat and glazed. My gloves stayed wet. My breath went loud in my ears. Below the forest steamed where the first sun hit it, and the air smelled sharp like broken pine needles. We found his tracks about 40 minutes in. Not the kind you can rely on. Not after wind and sleet. But the suggestion of them compressed snow at the edge of the path where someone had stepped off to let another pass. Toe marks where someone had stopped and pivoted. The other team confirmed over radio that they had the same near the saddle. That told us he had made it at least that far before the weather hit hard. Above the saddle, the ridge narrowed. The wind was still moving, steady now instead of angry, and it carried the faint rattling sound of ice shedding from rocks. We swept with our eyes the way you do when you're looking for a person. Not for a whole shape, but for color. For straight lines where there shouldn't be straight lines. For anything that doesn't belong. The first anomaly wasn't the items. It was the lack of them. When someone spends a night fighting a storm, the mountain ends up littered with evidence. A torn snack wrapper wedged in a crevice. A glove, stiff as cardboard. A bright strip of pack fabric snagged on a branch. There was none of that. The ridge looked as if no one had touched it since summer. The drone buzzed somewhere out of sight, its camera feeding the operator down low. Our radios crackled with their calm voice. No heat signatures, no movement. They were working the bowls and gullies where people slide. We kept pushing, stepping around wind-scoured patches where the rock was bare and black, then back into pockets of drifted snow. About 2 hours in, we came upon a flat outcrop the size of a small living room. A big slab of granite that jutted out from the ridge like a table. It was a known landmark, a place hikers stopped to eat in good weather. In storms, it acted like a sail. The wind hit it and split, blasting both sides. I saw the stack before I understood what I was seeing. 2 boots, trail runners, not heavy mountaineering boots, placed side by side near the center of the slab. They weren't tossed. They weren't half buried. The laces were tucked in, ends looped neatly to keep them from flapping. On top of the boots sat a pair of glasses, folded, arms aligned. Beside them, set parallel, a watch with a cracked band, a small key ring, a thin black wallet. Everything arranged with the kind of attention I recognized from my own habits. The kind of attention that survives stress. I stopped so fast the person behind me nearly walked into my pack. My stomach did that slow drop not from fear exactly, but from the sudden certainty that we'd stepped into something that didn't match the rest of the day. The rock was wet in places where snow melt had started, but the items were dry. Not just not soaking, but dry the way something is when it hasn't been out in sleet. The lenses of the glasses were clear. No water spotting, no grit. The wallet looked new enough to still hold a straight edge. The boots had bits of trail dust on the tread that should have turned to paste in last night's weather. I crouched without touching anything, letting my eyes do the work. No scuff marks around the stack. No dragged lines. No obvious footprints in the thin drift that had gathered at the edge of the slab. Wind would have blurred prints, sure. The storm could have erased a lot, but wind doesn't fold glasses. We marked the spot, photographed from every angle, flagged the perimeter. Over the radio, I kept my voice level, because that's what you do when others are listening for your cues. I told the base we'd found personal effects consistent with the subject, placed in an organized manner, and that we were widening the search. The other team came up from the saddle an hour later, faces pinched red from the cold. Their medic, A woman who always carries her medical tape in perfect strips on her vest stared at the stack and went quiet. No one reached for the boots. Instinct says don't disturb the only clear message you've been given, even if you don't understand the language. We searched outward in a disciplined spiral, checked the lee side where a person might tuck in behind stone, probed shallow drifts with poles, called his name into cracks that fell away into shadow. The wind took our words and spread them thin. We listened for anything. Coughs, scraping, a whistle, a weak reply. Nothing answered. By mid-afternoon, we had swept the nearest bowls, the gullies, the cliff band below the slab. We found no torn fabric, no broken branches, no blood, no backpack, no body. The mountain offered us clean rock and clean snow, and the stack on the slab like a still life. Back at the trailhead, law enforcement met us with evidence bags and questions. Eli's friend provided dental records and a list of what he'd been carrying: the boots, glasses, watch, wallet, keys, matched. The phone was missing, the pack was missing, his jacket was missing. Someone suggested hypothermia and paradoxical undressing, the thing people bring up when they need a known explanation for a strange picture. I've seen that happen in the woods. I've seen clothing scattered like it was thrown in anger. It's messy. It's desperate. It does not look like footwear lined up straight enough to measure. Another person suggested he'd made it back after the storm and staged his things. Maybe to fake an accident. Maybe to disappear on purpose. But the timeline didn't fit. His truck hadn't moved. No one had seen him on the road. And that slab was a hard place to reach in good weather, let alone after a night of sleet and wind. If he'd placed those items after the storm, he'd had to be up there when the sun rose. When we were already mobilizing, I kept returning to the dryness, the lack of grit in the hinge of the glasses, the way the watch face wasn't fogged. Little details, the kind my mind hoards and replays because I don't know where else to put them. We went back the next day with more people, more rope, more eyes. We canvassed farther down the drainage, checked under every overhang, sent dogs along the creek. We found a piece of orange survey tape from some old project, and for a moment my heart jumped like it always does when you see something bright in the wilderness. It was nothing. A week later, the storm's snow had melted off the lower slopes. The ridge stayed pale and raw, patched with white in the shadows. The items had been removed long before that, sealed and catalogued. But the slab remained. It looked the same as it always had, except I couldn't stand on it without seeing the neatness in my mind, like a diagram. I drove up alone on an off day, not part of any official effort, just a person with a habit of revisiting unfinished maps. I parked where Eli's truck had been and walked to the first bend of trail. The forest was quiet, dripping. Somewhere above, the wind made a low, steady sound that could have been water or breath or nothing at all. I didn't go all the way to the ridge. I stopped where the path narrowed and the ground began to rise in earnest, and I stood there long enough to notice my own urges to straighten the strap on my pack, to align my boots on the dirt, to make the world look more orderly than it is. When I turned back, I looked down at the mud by my feet and saw a single print where mine had pressed deep, clean-edged, unmistakable. In an hour, the sun would soften it. In a day, the next rain would erase it. The mountain would be blank again, as if no one had ever been there, except for that one morning after the storm, when someone took the time to stack a life in careful lines on a rock, and then stepped away without leaving a mark. I didn't mean to leave the trail. I can't say that strongly enough, because it's the one thing everyone assumes when they hear what happened, that I wandered off for a view, or to pee, or because I got turned around. But the truth is uglier than that. Something inside me unhooked, quietly, while my boots were still on packed dirt, and the blazes were still visible between the trees. It started as an ordinary solo hike in a remote section of forest I'd walked before. A ribbon of maintained trail that looped out and back along a ridge. Early fall. The kind of day that looks mild from a car window, but turns sharp as soon as you step under canopy. The air smelled like cold sap and wet stone. There had been rain the night before, and the ground held it. Every branch I brushed sent a sprinkle down my neck. My plan was simple: reach the overlook by late afternoon, drink some water, turn around before dusk. I wasn't chasing miles, I wasn't proving anything. If anything, I was there because I'd been feeling scattered for weeks, like my thoughts kept slipping off their own tracks. And I wanted something straightforward, one foot in front of the other, a clear line through the woods. For the first hour, it worked. The trail climbed gently, switchbacking around boulders and mossy trunks. I kept my pace even, and paid attention to small practical things, where the mud was slick, where the roots crossed like knuckles, where the wind moved through the hemlocks. A few times I stopped to listen, not for anything mysterious, just for the ordinary signs of life: birds, squirrels, distant water. That was when I noticed the quiet. Forests have layers of sound. Even on a still day, there's usually some background texture: a leaf letting go, a twig snapping under a mouse, the faint hiss of needles. But as I climbed, it felt like someone had turned a dial down. Not to silence exactly, more like the space between sounds stretched, and the sounds that did exist landed too sharply, as if they were being played inside a smaller room. I told myself it was just the weather and the time of day. The sun was slanting, clouds were thickening. My ears were doing that thing they do when pressure changes. Then the feeling started. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't a thought I could repeat. It was a tug. Gentle at first, like noticing a smell and turning your head without deciding to. My attention kept sliding to the right side of the trail, where the forest dropped away into a tangle of ferns and fallen timber. Nothing was moving there. No flash of fur. No bird lifting off. Still, my eyes returned to it, again and again, as if I'd missed something important. I tried to correct myself the way you do when you realize you've been daydreaming while driving. I slowed down. I took a long drink. I checked the time. I ran through a quick inventory: water, snacks, jacket, headlamp. Everything was fine. I even laughed once under my breath, because the unease felt childish. I had read enough search and rescue stories to know that people assign meaning to normal sensations when they're alone, but the tug didn't stop. It got more specific. It began to feel like the trail itself was the wrong place to be. Not unsafe, just misplaced, like standing on the wrong side of a grocery aisle when someone needs to pass. The maintained path felt exposed in a way it never had before, even though the forest around it hadn't changed. I started walking closer to the edge, and each time my boot scuffed the leaf litter beyond the packed dirt. My chest loosened with relief. That should have scared me into turning around. Instead, I did the opposite. At a bend where the blazes were still clear on the trees, I stepped off the trail with the calm certainty of someone following a shortcut. I remember the sensation of leaving it. The ground gave a little under my weight, springy with needles. A fern brushed my shin, cold and slick. The air felt fractionally warmer under the thicker growth, and my skin prickled as if I'd moved from shade into sun. I took another step, then another. It was easy, too easy. The woods should have fought me. Thorns, deadfall, uneven rock. But I moved through a corridor that seemed to open just ahead of me. When a branch blocked my face, it bent away. When I approached a log, there was always a low spot to cross. I didn't crash or curse or scramble. I just walked, off trail as if I'd practiced it. I have one clear memory of trying to turn back. It came like a bubble of panic rising through syrup. I stopped and looked over my shoulder, expecting to see the trail a few yards away. I saw only trees, not dense, not impenetrable, just enough trunks and brush to make the direction uncertain. For a moment, my mind flashed through the obvious facts. I had no reason to be here. This was how people got lost. I needed to stop moving. I set my pack down and took a breath. I told myself silently to retrace my steps. Then the tug returned, firmer, and my attention slid away from the idea of going back, the way a needle slides off a record groove. I picked up my pack. I walked. The next part is not missing like a blank page. It's missing like a cut in film where the edges don't match. I have no images of nightfall, no memory of hunger, no sense of time passing. I can infer what must have happened from what my body showed me later. Scratches on my forearms, bruises on my hips, a raw patch on my ankle where my sock must have bunched and rubbed for hours. But I can't put my mind inside those hours. There's no I did this, then this. There is only the fact that time moved, and I did not move with it. What I do remember, vividly, humiliatingly, are a few disconnected sensations that don't attach to a timeline. Cold water around my calves, dark as tea, the smell of something mineral and old, like wet pennies, a steepness under my hands, palms pressed to rock, my fingers searching for holds without thinking, a brief moment of light that didn't feel like sunlight, too white and steady, as if a lantern had been held close to my face, and once, the unmistakable feeling of being watched from a distance. Not with eyes exactly, but with attention. The way you can feel someone staring at the back of your head in a crowded room. After that, there's nothing until the sound of my own breathing, ragged, shallow, wrong, I came to on the ground, face turned into damp leaves. My cheek was numb with cold. When I tried to lift my head, my neck trembled as if it belonged to someone else. The forest above me was pale, the trunks washed out in early morning light. I could see my own breath, thick and white. I sat up slowly because my balance was gone. The world tilted in a smooth, nauseating way, like a boat shifting underfoot. My pack was beside me, but the straps were twisted, and one of the buckles had snapped. I stared at it for a long time, unable to remember how it had broken. My first thought was that I needed to get back to the trail. My second thought was that I had no idea where the trail was. I stood, swayed, and looked around. The terrain was wrong. The forest was the same species of trees, the same kind of ground cover, but the shape of the land was different, steeper, harsher, with rock shelves and ravines that forced your feet to choose carefully. I could hear water nearby, not a gentle creek, but something fast falling over stone. When I tried to orient myself, my mind kept skidding. North, south, ridge, trailhead. Those concepts felt like words in a language I used to know. I took a step and nearly fell. My legs were weak in a deep way, as if I'd been climbing for days. That's how they found me. I didn't hear the searchers coming at first. The sound of voices took a while to make sense, arriving as a soft disturbance in the air. When it did, it didn't register as people. It registered as pressure, a change, something approaching that I couldn't categorize. I remember crawling toward the noise, not because I decided to, but because my body was answering it the way a compass needle answers a magnet. Leaves stuck to my wet face. My hands shook. I tried to call out and only managed a hoarse sound that didn't feel connected to language. Then orange flashed through the trees. High visibility fabric, not the impossible white light from my broken memories. A man crouched in front of me, his mouth moving, his eyes wide. Behind him were others, radios, packs, the blunt reality of gear and practiced movements. One of them wrapped something around my shoulders that smelled like plastic and sweat. They guided me, half carried me, away from where I'd been lying. I remember stumbling over a line they'd rigged across a rocky section, the kind of safety measure you use when the drop is unforgiving. I remember a woman holding my elbow with a grip that didn't let go, her glove rough against my skin. I remember the word days floating into my awareness, and then my stomach dropping as if I'd missed a step. Later, in a heated room with my wet clothes replaced and my hands wrapped around something warm, they told me the plain facts as if speaking them gently could make them easier to accept. I had been reported overdue the first night. A search had started the next morning. They'd worked grid patterns and called my name until their voices cracked. They'd checked likely places, overlooks, creeks, junctions. They'd followed false leads and footprints that turned out to be deer. On the third day, a team had pushed into a drainage they hadn't expected me to cross because it was rough and steep and cut off by fast water. That was where I was, several miles from my last known point, on the other side of terrain that should have slowed me down even if I'd been determined. Even if I'd been reckless, I didn't have the injuries you'd expect from a fall down rock or a desperate scramble through brush. I had wear and tear, yes, and the exhaustion that comes from being exposed to cold nights. But there was no clean narrative of how I got there. No single bad decision. When they asked me what happened, my mouth opened and shut like a fish. I could describe the trail. I could describe the tug. I could describe the tug. I could describe stepping off and the strange ease of moving through the trees. After that, there was only static. In the weeks that followed, people offered explanations with the same anxious generosity. Hypothermia can scramble you. Dehydration can make you do irrational things. Panic can narrow your world until you're chasing anything that feels like relief. All of that is true. I believe it. I want it to be enough. But the part that won't settle is how calm I felt when I left the trail. How certain I was that I was doing what I was supposed to do. Not choosing, complying. Even now, months later, I'll be doing something normal. Washing dishes, tying my shoes, standing in line at the store, and a faint tug will pass through me. A suggestion without words that there is somewhere else I need to be. It never lasts long. It never becomes a command. Still, when it happens, my eyes drift to the edge of whatever safe path I'm on, and I feel that old relief waiting just beyond it, patient as the dark between trees. The first time I understood how quickly a person can be erased up here, I was standing over my brother's open car door, staring at a damp footprint that shouldn't have existed. The air was thin enough to sting. The trees were the kind that lean away from the wind, all of them bent like they've spent their lives listening for something. I remember thinking absurdly that the parking lot looked too normal to be the start of a disappearance. Evan's sedan sat crooked across two spaces in the national park lot, nose pointed toward the trailhead sign like he'd meant to hurry. The driver's window was down a few inches. The hazard lights weren't on. The keys were not in the ignition. His jacket was missing. That was the first fact that wouldn't sit right in my chest. The last time anyone saw him was a blurred photo on a ranger's phone, taken by a couple from out of state who'd asked him to snap their picture. Evan was in the background of their shot, half turned away wearing a thin gray hoodie and those canvas sneakers he'd insisted were fine for anything. No hat, no gloves. At this elevation, even mild weather turns mean without warning. He wasn't dressed for it, the ranger said, and that sentence kept replaying in my head like a mantra that could be solved if I stared hard enough at the words. I'm not built for altitude. My lungs tighten when the air gets sharp, and my right ankle still complains from an old fracture. If Evan had walked off the trail and gotten hurt, I was the last person in our family who should have been trying to follow him. But our parents were hours away and in no shape to scramble over rock. The law enforcement team had already started their process, and I could either sit at the visitor center drinking burnt coffee, or I could keep moving. The parking lot itself offered nothing dramatic. No broken glass, no blood, no torn fabric, snagged on a door seam. Inside the car, the seats were clean except for a wrapper from a gas station sandwich. Evan's phone charger cord lay coiled on the passenger seat, unplugged, like he'd grabbed his phone and left in a hurry. The glove box was shut. His wallet was missing, which meant he'd taken it or someone had. A deputy and a park ranger walked me through what they knew in clipped, careful language. Evan had checked in at the gate in the morning, paid the fee, and driven up alone. His credit card showed a coffee purchase in the last town. After that, nothing. No calls, no texts, no signal hits once he'd entered the park's higher basin. When the scent dogs arrived, my hope clung to them like a child clings to a hand in a crowd. They were beautiful animals, all muscle and purpose, and their handlers looked like people who had seen enough to be steady about it. They circled Evan's car, noses working, paws tapping lightly on asphalt. Then they stalled. One dog sat down near the rear bumper and stared at the trees with the blank patience of something waiting for a command that never comes. The other pulled hard toward the trailhead for about 10 feet, then stopped and turned back as if the line had been cut in midair. The handlers tried again from the last known point, the place by the sign where Evan would have stepped from pavement to dirt. Same result, no track to follow, no clear direction, just dogs working and failing in a way that made everyone's movements slower. The ranger offered reasonable explanations. Too many scents in the parking lot. Wind. Sun baking. The asphalt. The dogs were good, but they were not magic. I clung to the reasonable because the alternative was a hollow feeling that wanted to swallow everything. Our parents arrived late that afternoon with red eyes and hands that wouldn't stop fidgeting. My mother kept asking the same question in different forms, trying to make a world where Evan had simply wandered and would be found embarrassed but alive. My father didn't say much, but he stared at the forest like it owed him something. It didn't help that the landscape looked deceptively forgiving from the lot. A ribbon of trail disappeared into evergreens, then rose toward a ridge where rock and tundra took over. Evan had hiked before, but he'd never respected preparation. No map, no extra layer. He'd always treated the outdoors like a bigger version of the neighborhood. Even if he went the wrong way, he'd leave something. My father said later, not to anyone in particular. A hat, a bottle, a scrap. People don't just vanish. That was the first time we said it out loud. Foul play. Not because we wanted a villain, but because there was a sick logic to it. If Evan had slipped, there would be a sound someone heard. If he'd fallen, there would be disturbed stone, a broken branch, a smear on rock, a trail that dogs could at least taste. If he'd decided to disappear on purpose, he would have taken more than a hoodie and sneakers into high country. The investigation rolled forward with the steady grinding rhythm of procedure. They called it a search operation, then a recovery operation, then an ongoing case. They interviewed the couple with the photo. They checked gate logs. They asked the park staff if anyone had reported an argument, a scream, a car door slamming too hard. The answers were soft and useless. It was a busy season. Lots of hikers, lots of noise. I stayed longer than I should have. I told myself I was helping, but really I was afraid that if I left, Evan would become a story other people told with less detail, and then he'd be gone twice. 2 days in, the ranger let me join a small grid search close to the trailhead with a volunteer group. My ankle hated me for it. The air made my chest tight in a way that felt like someone gently pressing a hand against my ribs. I carried water and a borrowed radio, and an extra fleece I didn't need, because I couldn't stand the thought of being the one underdressed person in the mountains now. We moved slowly, scanning for anything that didn't belong. A torn receipt, a shoe print, a smear of fabric on bark. The ground near the trees was soft with needles, and there were animal tracks everywhere, a language I couldn't read. I kept imagining Evan stepping off the trail to relieve himself, or to take a shortcut, and then twisting his ankle. I kept imagining him calling for help, and no one hearing. About a quarter mile from the lot, just before the trail steepened, I noticed a shallow depression in a patch of damp dirt off to the side, like someone had stood there and shifted their weight. It wasn't a full print, just the hint of one. The edges were too smooth, as if something had pressed down and then been gently erased. I crouched, breathing hard, and my eyes found a second mark near it. Then nothing. No line of steps. No scuffs. The forest floor should have held at least a messy story. It held a blank page. I called the ranger over. He looked, nodded, and spoke into his radio. Everyone was careful not to overreact. That's how professionals survive. Still, the way his jaw tightened told me the same thing my stomach already knew. This wasn't the obvious, predictable outcome of a person who had gone in unprepared. They brought one of the dogs again, starting it from that faint depression. The animal sniffed, circled, and then lifted its head, ears pricked as if listening. It moved toward the trees, stopped at a broad granite slab that rose out of the ground like a frozen wave, and then backed away. The dog's handler tried to coax it forward. The dog refused, not frightened exactly, but unwilling in a way that made my skin prickle. Wind slid through the canopy. A high, steady hiss. My lungs burned. I watched the slab, willing it to show me something. A smear, a fiber, anything. The stone was clean, lichen dappled, indifferent. Later, when the group broke for water, I stayed near the slab with my hands on my knees, trying to breathe without panic. A thin gust came down from the ridge and carried a smell I couldn't place. Not rot, not smoke, Something like cold metal left out in rain. I stood up too fast, and the world tilted. For a second, the sound of the wind seemed to narrow, like a radio being tuned. I thought I heard my name. I took one step forward, then another, toward the far side of the slab where the ground dipped into a small ravine choked with brush, and then it stopped. The wind, the smell, the sense that something had shifted, just stopped, like someone had closed a door. When I got around the slab, there was nothing there but tangled branches, and a steep drop that led to more trees. No footprints, no broken twigs, no fabric caught on thorns. It was as if the forest had been waiting for me to look away. We searched that ravine until my legs shook. The professionals marked it, photographed it, logged it, and moved on. Because that's what you do when the earth refuses to give you a clean answer. Weeks turned into months. The park went from summer crowds to the first dusting of snow. Evan's case became a file number, a set of maps with highlighted sections, a board at the sheriff's office with photos and dates. My mother made phone calls until her voice went hoarse. My father drove up twice more and stood in that same parking lot staring at the trees like he could shame them into giving Evan back. The investigators never accused anyone outright, but they stopped using the word lost around us. They used phrases like unaccounted for and no accidental evidence. They told us the lack of a scent trail was unusual, even with contamination and wind. They told us they were following up on tips. They told us not to blame ourselves, which is what people say when blame is all that's left to hold. I keep a screenshot of that couple's photo on my phone, the one where Evan is half turned, hoodie thin against the mountain air, sneakers too light for stone. Whenever I look at it, I feel the same sick contradiction. His lack of preparation should have made the ending simple. A body nearby, a stumble, a predictable tragedy. Instead, we have an abandoned car in a high-altitude park lot, dogs that found nothing, and a clean, silent forest that never admitted he was there at all. Even now, when I drive past a trailhead and see someone step out in flimsy shoes, I want to pull over and hand them a jacket. I want to tell them that the mountains don't always take you the way you imagine. Sometimes they don't take you in pieces or in panic. Sometimes they take you so neatly it looks like you were never present, and all that remains is an empty parking space and the taste of cold metal in the air. I still keep the laminated trail map in the glove box, because throwing it away feels like admitting what happened was normal. It's creased at the same corner where my thumb worried it, while we waited for the ranger to finish writing down our names. The map smells faintly of sunscreen and lake water, and every time I unfold it I see the same blue loop of shoreline, and the same thin black line for the path, as if ink could explain why a person can be with you 1 minute and become nothing the next. We were a group in the easiest way groups happen now, co-workers and partners, and one friend of a friend, all of us trying to be the kind of people who do things outdoors on a Saturday. 10 of us, give or take, depending on who you counted as with us or meeting us later. I was the connector, the one who kept the thread from snapping. I'd made the spreadsheet. I'd sent the reminders. I'd brought extra granola bars and a roll of athletic tape like we were heading into serious backcountry, and not a family-friendly national park trail with interpretive signs. The water was everywhere. A lake spread out like a sheet of hammered metal under mid-afternoon sun, and the river that fed it ran beside the trail in places, fast and clear, with stones you could see through it like bones. The weather was almost too pleasant, the kind that tricks you into thinking you can relax. Warm, but not hot, a light breeze, high white clouds that made the brightness softer without dimming it. He was part of the group. That's the point I keep returning to. Because went missing sounds like a solitary act, like someone wandered off into their own story. He didn't. He was with us, inside our jokes and our water breaks, and our shared complaints about how our legs weren't what they used to be. His name was Colin, not my closest friend, not a stranger either, someone from the marketing side who always showed up to work happy to be there, which made him strangely easy to like. He'd brought binoculars and kept pointing out birds along the reeds. Every few minutes he'd drift to the edge of the cluster, then drift back like a boat tugging at its mooring. The trail followed the water, and then cut away through a stand of pines where the air went cooler. We passed a sign about sudden drop-offs and slippery rock, another about missing persons, printed in that careful, measured tone parks use when they don't want to frighten tourists. I remember noticing it because it had a little tear along the bottom, and someone had scribbled over one of the dates with a darker marker, as if correcting the park itself. A little before 3, we reached a wide bend where the river ran close to the path, and the bank opened into flat, pale stone. People were already there, a family with inflatable tubes, a couple with a dog, 2 teenagers daring each other to step closer to the current. It wasn't secluded, it wasn't hidden. You could hear laughter and the clack of stones and the rush of water, normal sounds. We stopped because that's what groups do when there's a view. We lined up for photos. We took turns skipping rocks. We ate and pretended we weren't out of breath. Someone dug out a tiny speaker and played music low enough to be polite. Colin stood a little apart, binoculars up, watching something across the water, maybe an osprey nest in a snag, maybe nothing. I glanced at him and smiled, and he lifted a hand in acknowledgement without lowering the binoculars. If you need a window of vulnerability, that moment was it. We were all there, but no one was responsible for anyone else. A dozen little conversations, everyone half-focused, the kind of togetherness that looks solid from far away, and turns out to be porous when you press on it. I remember the exact reason I stopped watching him. Someone asked me about the return route. They were concerned about time, about dinner reservations, about whether we'd make it back before the parking lot got full. I pulled out my phone, then my laminated map, then my phone again because the map didn't tell me anything my phone couldn't. While I did that, I became the person I always am. The organizer, the solver, the one who answers questions. "Colin," someone called, not sharply, not alarmed, just in the tone you use when you want to include a person in a group decision. No answer. Another call, same tone, then a shrug. We assumed he'd walked a few yards along the bank for a better angle on whatever bird he'd been watching. We gave him minutes. Not long enough to be meaningful, but long enough for a person to move out of sight behind a boulder or a thicket of willow. Someone wandered that way with a casual "I'll go grab him," and came back empty. Suddenly less casual. We all started scanning. We used the group habit of making space for someone as they approach, turning our bodies and lifting our eyes. Except he wasn't approaching. At first it was simple. He must have gone down closer to the water. He must have stepped behind the rocks. He must be taking a photo. We spread out in a loose fan, calling his name, looking under overhangs and between stones, peering into the small shady pockets where a person might sit. I walked to the edge and looked down at the current. It moved fast enough to make my stomach tilt, but not the kind of torrent you imagine swallowing someone without a trace. The riverbed was visible in places. If a body was there, you'd see clothing snagged on a rock. Something. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. No shout, no slip, no splash. Just the same steady rush, and the faint music from the speaker someone had turned off without announcing it. We escalated the way people do when the world stops matching their assumptions. Someone ran up to the main trail to check if he'd walked ahead. Someone else went back toward the bend we'd come from, scanning for footprints in the sandy patches. I walked along the bank, eyes on the stone where wet met dry, looking for scuffs or disturbed gravel. The surface was too clean. Everything looked as it had minutes ago, sun-dried and undramatic. It's embarrassing to admit how long we stayed in the stage of believing we were missing him by inches. We treated it like a game of hide-and-seek that had gotten mildly annoying. Then the family with the tube started looking too, and the couple with the dog, and the dog's leash went tight because even the dog knew something had changed. A park volunteer arrived first, breathless, radio in hand, then a ranger, then another. They asked questions in a practiced way that made me feel like I was already failing a test. "When did you last see him? What was he wearing? Did he say anything about feeling unwell? Did he have any medical conditions? Did he have a history of wandering?" Every question assumed a reason that fit inside a form. We gave them the answers we had, and then we ran out of answers. Within an hour, the search had taken shape. It wasn't just our 10 anymore. People came down the trail in pairs and small teams, wearing bright vests, carrying ropes and poles. Someone brought a drone case. Someone brought a stretcher. They put a volunteer at the trailhead to ask hikers if they'd seen a man with binoculars and a slate blue windbreaker. They asked the teenagers, the family, the couple. Nobody had seen him leave. Nobody had heard anything. Mid-afternoon light was still strong, and the day hadn't yet acquired the excuse of darkness. They spread out along both sides of the river. They moved methodically, calling and listening, stepping carefully on the slick stone. More volunteers arrived, dozens, then what felt like hundreds, heads bobbing through trees and along the shore like bright berries. The ranger's radio kept crackling with coordinates and clipped phrases. A boat went in upstream, its motor low and steady, someone standing at the front with a long pole probing. Another boat came from the lakeside and idled near the bank where we'd been. I kept thinking, he can't be gone. Not with this many eyes. Not in a place this open. Not in this weather. The whole park felt like it had turned its attention toward the absence. And still the absence held. I tried to be useful. I wrote down names. I handed out water. I replayed the last 10 minutes over and over, searching for a moment that could become a cause. Had he looked pale? Had he stepped closer to the edge? Had he said he needed a bathroom? Had he been annoyed? None of it landed. There was no hinge point. Just him there and then not. Late in the day, when the sun began to angle and the pines threw longer shadows, they brought me and 2 others to a picnic table to go over the timeline again. The ranger drew a little map. He marked where each of us had been standing. He asked me to point to where Colin had last been. My finger hovered over the flat stone by the reeds, over the place that now looked like any other place along the river. I noticed my hand shaking and pressed my other palm on top of it, as if that could steady the story. That was the first time someone used the word cluster out loud. Not to us directly, but into the radio, as if it was a code they didn't want amateurs to understand. Later, when a volunteer stepped away to take a call, I heard him say it clearly. "This is the 3rd one in that corridor." He looked up and saw me looking and stopped talking. He turned his body slightly, shielding the phone like a secret. After dark, they set up lights along the bank. The beams made the water glitter in sharp, harsh patterns. The searchers' footsteps and voices became the dominant sound. Layered over the river, I stood in the cold and watched them comb through brush and rock in shallow eddies. And the longer it went, the more the whole scene felt staged. Like we were performing the correct response to a disappearance that didn't belong in the world's rules. Near midnight, I finally sat on a boulder and stared at the spot where Colin had been. The rocks looked the same. The reeds whispered. The river ran on. There was no torn fabric, no dropped binoculars, no shoe, no sign that a human body had panicked or fought or even moved quickly. It was as if he'd been erased, and the environment had politely declined to comment. In the weeks after, we did what people do now, when the ground shifts under them. We searched social media. We joined groups. We read about other disappearances in the same region, near the same water, in the same kind of mid-afternoon window when people assume safety because the sun is high and there are other hikers around. The pattern was sickeningly simple. Group outing, brief separation, then nothing. No remains, no belongings, no evidence strong enough to become a narrative. A reporter called it a statistical anomaly. A ranger called it unresolved. The volunteers who had walked the riverbanks with flashlights and ropes called it impossible when they thought they weren't being recorded. I called it what it felt like, a vanishing point inside a crowd, a place where attention thins and the world takes advantage. I still drive past that park sometimes on my way to other places. I don't go in. I don't need to. I can see the river from the road in winter when the trees are bare, a dark ribbon threading through pale stone, indifferent and familiar. I keep imagining a person standing at the edge of a group, binoculars raised, just far enough away to be left alone for minutes, and I can't stop thinking about how those minutes were all it took. On my desk under the laminated map, there's a printed page from the park's site that I saved and never filed. At the bottom in tiny text, there's an internal reference code that looks like a typo or a glitch. The first time I noticed it, I laughed because my mind was desperate for anything to make sense. Now I don't laugh. I just trace the strange characters with my fingertip and remember the clean stone by the reeds, the lack of a splash, the way hundreds of people can search a bright ordinary place and find nothing, and how the river kept running like it had never known his name. The first time I walked that ridge above the reservoir, I stopped because I thought I heard someone call my name from the water. It was late afternoon, the kind where the light turns the rocks the color of old pennies, and every ripple looks like movement. I told myself it was wind slipping through the scrub, and the gulls arguing over something dead down shore. I kept hiking anyway, because that's what I went out there to do. Burn off a week of sitting, get my head clear, be an ordinary person on an ordinary trail. I was alone, but not worried. The route was familiar enough that I didn't bother with a paper map, just the trail app on my phone and a bottle of water that was already warm. The path clung to the slope and broken switchbacks. On my left, the hillside rose in slabs and loose shale. On my right, it fell away into a long spill of boulders down to the waterline. Most of it was too steep to be fun, but the views were worth it. I remember thinking how close the wind felt to the surface of the reservoir, like it couldn't decide whether to skim the water or climb up to where I was. I saw the other hiker near a narrow section where the trail pinched between two outcrops. He was coming toward me, moving slower than he should have for the grade, like he'd been pushing through heat all day. Average build, dark shorts, light jacket tied around his waist. Nothing memorable except the way he kept glancing down toward the rocks by the water. We did the normal trail nod. No conversation. He passed, and the smell of him was just sweat and sunscreen. 2 minutes later, I rounded a bend and noticed his jacket was no longer tied at his waist. It was draped over a rock beside the trail, like he'd taken it off and set it down carefully. The sleeves were folded under. Neat. That was what made me stop. I told myself there were a dozen explanations. Maybe he was warm. Maybe he was coming back for it. Maybe he'd sat on that rock, gotten up and forgotten. But the way the fabric lay against the stone looked deliberate, like placing a marker. I called out just once. No answer. I didn't shout his name because I didn't know it. I didn't want to be the person who makes a scene because someone forgot a jacket. So I took a photo, thinking I'd point it out at the trailhead if I saw him again. Then I continued up to the viewpoint, sat on a flat slab and watched the sun begin to fall toward the far bank. By the time I headed back down, the light had shifted. Shadows filled the gaps between rocks and made the boulder field look deeper than it was. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the jacket, it was still there. That's when a small alarm started, quiet but steady, like a phone vibrating in another room. I didn't go off trail. I'm not trained for that, and I know how quickly just a few feet becomes I can't see the trail anymore. I did the sensible thing. I walked back to the nearest turnout where I had better reception and called it in. I told the dispatcher exactly what I'd seen. A man heading downhill, then his jacket placed beside the trail and no sign of him afterward. The response was quicker than I expected. There were enough people out that day that a missing hiker didn't sound hypothetical. Rangers arrived first, then volunteers, then sheriff's deputies. The mood at the trailhead changed in an hour from casual to clipped. Questions became short. People stopped meeting each other's eyes. They asked me to show them where I'd seen the jacket. I led a ranger up to the spot. He didn't touch it with his hands. He used a glove, lifted it by the collar, checked the pockets. Nothing obvious. No wallet, no phone. He held it up like it was a wet towel and looked at the lining. Then he set it back down in almost the same place. By then, more searchers were arriving. A couple of canine teams too, with dogs that looked like they were made of intention and muscle. The handlers kept them close until they got a direction. I watched from the trail, off to the side with my hands jammed into my pockets so I wouldn't interfere. They started with what they called the point last seen, where I'd met him, roughly, and then the jacket. The dog sniffed, circled, tugged, and then did something I didn't expect. They acted like the scent was there and then wasn't. One dog nosed the ground by the rock, then lifted its head and looked at the handler as if waiting for new instructions. Another trotted a short loop, came back and sat down. The handlers tried again. They tried from a different angle, from a different object, from the trail itself. The dogs would engage for a second and then disengage, like someone had turned a switch. I heard one of the handlers say, not loudly, that it was like trying to follow a trail that got erased. They expanded the search along the trail first, then down toward the water where the rocks looked like they could hide a person in their gaps. The terrain there is nasty, irregular boulders, loose gravel, sharp drops you don't see until you're at the edge. It would be easy to twist an ankle, easy to fall. People did go missing there sometimes. Most of the time the explanation was gravity and bad luck. They cleared that slope again and again. Anyway, I know because I stayed. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I went home, I'd be leaving something unfinished behind me. So I watched in the heat and the lengthening shadows as search lines moved like slow combs across the rocks. I watched boats move along the near shore. I watched the dogs pace, drink water, try again, fail again. That first evening, they found nothing except an old shoe someone had lost months before, and a couple of beer cans lodged between stones. They called it for the night and said they'd start again at first light. I went back the next morning. I'm not proud of how drawn I felt to it, but it's the truth. There's a particular kind of dread that comes when a simple situation refuses to stay simple. The missing hiker had a name by then. His family was on site. There was a photo on someone's phone of him smiling in a parking lot. The same shorts and the same tied jacket I'd seen. He was real. He wasn't a story. They ran the dogs again. Same result. No track from where he disappeared. Not down to the water. Not up the slope. Not along the trail. It wasn't that the dogs led them to a wrong place. It was worse. It was like the dogs couldn't even choose a wrong place. They searched for 3 days. I know that because the news picked it up and I kept checking, feeling guilty and useless. Volunteers rotated through. People reported every scrap of color in the rocks. Rangers marked areas as cleared, then cleared them again. They brought in drones. They brought in another dog team from a neighboring county. Nothing. On the 4th day, I got a text from a friend who'd heard I'd been there. All it said was, "They found him." I drove out with my stomach tight and my hands sweating on the wheel. By the time I reached the trailhead, the parking area looked like a small incident command post. Vehicles lined up, people clustered, voices kept low, even when someone tried to sound upbeat. I asked one of the volunteers I recognized where they'd found him. She didn't answer right away. She just looked at me for a moment, like she was deciding whether telling me would make it stick in her own mind. "By the rock," she said finally. "The jacket rock." It took my breath in a way that didn't feel like surprise. It felt like a door shutting. They had found him in the same slope, beside the same narrow section of trail, in an area that had been checked multiple times. Not just walked past, checked. I learned later that they'd had people shoulder to shoulder down that boulder field. Eyes scanning cracks and gaps, hands reaching into crevices. They'd been there with the dogs. They'd been there with cameras overhead. And then, 4 days in, someone looking down from the trail saw something pale between 2 stones that hadn't been there before. I didn't see the body itself. They didn't let bystanders close, and I didn't push. I did see the way the deputies moved, careful and controlled, and the way a medic stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the rocks as if he'd been asked to solve a puzzle without being shown the picture. Someone draped a tarp. Someone wrote notes. Someone shook his head once. Quick. What came out afterward, in bits, was stranger than I expected and mundane at the same time. He was missing specific articles of clothing. His shoes were there, but not the socks. His shorts were there, but something under them was gone. The light jacket I'd seen was still on the rock where it had been placed, and no one could tell me why it hadn't blown away or been moved by animals. Those missing items were never recovered, not in the water, not in the brush, not caught on rocks down shore. The medical examiner couldn't give a definitive cause of death. That phrase got repeated like a shield. No trauma that matched a fall. No drowning signs that solved it cleanly. No clear medical event. The report, when I eventually heard about it secondhand, sounded like a list of things they couldn't confirm. The dogs. when brought back after the discovery, did what they'd done before. They approached the area, sniffed, and then stopped as if the ground had turned to glass. One handler pulled his cap off and rubbed the top of his head, staring toward the water. Nobody said anything about what that meant, because nobody could say anything without making it sound like a story. I went back to that spot alone a week later, when the tape was gone and the trail had returned to regular use. I stayed on the path. I didn't climb down. I just stood where the jacket rock sat and looked over the slope, trying to match my memory to what had happened. The boulders below were the same. The water was the same. Wind moved across the reservoir and made the surface flicker like it was full of small things trying to get out. Families passed behind me, talking about snacks and mileage. Someone laughed. A dog on a leash pulled toward the shade. I stared down at the gap where they said he'd been found. It was not a special place. It was not hidden. It was not deep. It was just a space between stones that any careful search should have seen, and that a line of people had in fact checked. I tried to make my mind accept that they had simply missed him, again and again, and that the dogs had simply failed, and that the examiner had simply lacked enough evidence. But the part that won't settle is the placement. The jacket laid out neatly beside the trail like a sign. The absence of a scent, as if he'd never walked away from that point at all. The body appearing where eyes had already been, where hands had already reached, where nothing should have changed between one sweep and the next. When I finally left, I didn't look back. I kept my eyes on the dirt in front of my boots and the thin weeds pushing through it. Ordinary things, the kind you can name. Still, as I walked, I had the steady sensation of being watched from somewhere below the rocks, not in a supernatural way, but in the way you feel when an answer is close and refuses to be seen. I didn't hear anyone call my name again, but I kept thinking of that first moment. The sound I'd blamed on wind, and how easy it is to keep walking when the world offers you something that doesn't fit. I still hike. I still go out alone sometimes, but when I pass a place that looks too ordinary to hold a secret, I slow down. I glance at the rocks. I listen for the quiet changes. And I remember that day above the reservoir, when a search turned the ground over and over, and still couldn't find what was already there, waiting for the moment it decided to be found. I took the call because I knew that mountain the way some people know their own neighborhoods. The ridge lines on the map look clean and simple, but in person they fold and double back, and the wind up there has a way of turning your thoughts into loose paper. The missing hiker's name was Devon Hail. I didn't know him. I knew the trailhead register, the creek crossings, the long stretch of talus that eats boot soles, and the little saddle where weather rolls in without warning. I also knew the feeling that had been sitting on my shoulders for weeks on solo hikes. The sense of being watched, not in a dramatic way, just like someone was standing a few yards behind me whenever the trees thinned. The local sheriff met us at first light at the turnout below the peak. A few volunteers were there, plus 2 guys from search and rescue I'd hiked with before. No one wasted time. Devon had been reported overdue 2 nights ago. A couple camping lower down said they'd seen him on the upper ridge that first afternoon, acting strange as one of them put it. They'd tried to wave. He hadn't waved back. By mid-morning, we were above tree line. The air had that thin, dry bite that makes your lips crack even when you're drinking water. Clouds were building in the west, flat-bottomed and gray. I kept catching myself glancing over my shoulder on open stretches, the habit of recent weeks coming back fast. Every time I did, there was only rock and sky. We split into pairs and started sweeping the ridge in a loose line, calling his name, listening for anything that didn't belong. The ridge wasn't wide. In places, it narrowed to a spine with a steep drop on both sides. There were goat tracks cut into the scree and old cairns that looked like they'd been there forever. Nothing fresh. No scraps of fabric caught on rock. No boot prints in the sand pockets. Near a notch where the ridge dips, I saw the first sign that Devon had been there at all. A plastic water bottle crushed flat and wedged between stones, too bright and new to have survived last winter's storms. It had teeth marks on the cap like he'd been chewing it. I picked it up, held it a moment, and felt a small, cold impatience in my chest. Chewing a cap isn't a crime, but it's something you do when you're anxious and you don't know where to put your hands. We found his campsite just after noon, tucked in the lee of a boulder the size of a delivery van. The tent was pitched neatly, the guy lines taut. It didn't look like a hurried setup. It looked like someone who knew what he was doing. A compact stove sat just outside the vestibule. A pot was turned upside down on a flat rock to keep it clean. There was no trash scattered, no torn food bag, none of the usual signs of a panicked night. What stopped me was the space in front of the tent. A ring of rocks had been laid out there, fist-sized stones evenly spaced, making a circle a little wider than a man lying down. It wasn't a fire ring, there was no ash, no blackened stones, no smell of burned wood. The rocks looked recently picked from the talus, their clean faces still light where they'd been turned. The circle sat in the dirt like a deliberate mark. I crouched at the edge of it and ran my fingers along the nearest stone. It was cold from the wind. There were no obvious tracks inside the circle, just the same hard-packed earth as around it. But the longer I looked, the more it felt like the circle was meant to be seen from the tent door, like the first thing Devon would have stared at when he unzipped the flap in the morning. One of the search and rescue guys found Devon's journal inside the tent. He didn't read it out loud. He handed it to the sheriff, who leafed through until he found the last entry. He scanned it once, then again, slower, like he didn't like what it said. He let me read it because I was there, and because I was the one who kept looking back down the ridge as if I'd heard a footstep. The entry was dated the day before Devon disappeared. His handwriting was tight and controlled, not the messy scrawl of someone half freezing. He wrote about how the wind kept shifting at night, how he'd woken twice to the sound of rock tapping rock. He wrote that he thought someone had been near his camp before dawn, because he'd heard a cough that didn't sound like his own. Then he wrote about a person he'd seen on the lower trail earlier. Man in a light jacket, no pack, watching the switchbacks instead of walking, and how that man had appeared again later, higher than he should have been, standing still as Devon climbed. Devon wrote, "I keep thinking I'm being followed. Not like a bear, like a person who doesn't want to be noticed. But I notice." He ended the entry with a sentence that didn't have a period. "If he comes back tonight, I'm moving camp even if it means going up to the ridge." I looked up from the paper and saw the rock circle again, sitting there like a quiet answer to a question no one had asked aloud. We searched the immediate area first. We checked the drop-offs for any sign of a fall. We scanned the snow patches and shaded gullies for disturbed crust. We combed the boulder fields where a person could break an ankle and vanish from view. The weather kept threatening but didn't break. The wind stayed steady, cutting across the ridge and carrying our voices away. By late afternoon, we found Devon's backpack. It was not hidden. It wasn't thrown down in anger. It was set on a flat slab of stone, 20 yards from the tent, upright, with the straps arranged neatly as if it had been set down with care. The top flap was buckled. The side pockets were zipped. Next to it, placed almost parallel to the pack, was one boot. Just one. The boot was clean enough to show the tread pattern clearly. It had a few scuffs, but no shredding like it had been dragged. Its laces were tied in a bow, tight as if someone had tightened them before taking it off. There were no socks inside, no blood, no sign of injury. It looked like a boot waiting for its pair. I picked up the backpack and felt the weight. It was heavy with the things you don't leave behind if you plan to walk out. His water filter, his extra layer, his food. His headlamp was clipped to a strap. His map was folded and tucked into the top pocket. This wasn't someone ditching gear to move fast. This was someone arranging it. The sheriff looked at the boot, then at the steep side of the ridge, then at the rock circle. He didn't say what we were all thinking, because there was no useful way to say it. The mountain doesn't care about neatness. People do. Local witnesses came up the next morning with thermoses and tired eyes. They were the couple who'd seen Devon on the ridge. They pointed to a section of skyline where the trail runs along the very edge. They described him in pieces, the way you remember a thing you don't want to remember. Devon had been walking back and forth on the ridge like he couldn't decide which way to go. He'd stopped and turned his head sharply toward open air, as if someone had spoken. He'd raised an arm, not a wave. more like he was shielding his face or trying to block something from his view. Then he'd stepped out of sight behind a rock fin and never appeared again. They were clear about one detail, because it bothered them the most. There was no one else visible on the ridge with him. We pushed higher, closer to the spot they indicated. The wind strengthened. It pressed against my chest and made my breath shallow. The sky finally lowered into a lid of gray, and a fine cold grit started to ride the gusts, stinging the backs of my hands. As we approached the narrowest section, my sense of being watched sharpened into something physical. It wasn't fear exactly, it was a pressure, like the air behind me had weight. I kept my eyes on the rocks ahead because the drop-offs didn't forgive distraction. But I could feel the urge to turn, to confirm, to catch someone standing there. Every few steps I forced myself not to look. At the section of ridge the witnesses had described, the trail pinched down to a boot-width track over hard stone. On either side the slope fell away in different directions. One side into talus and broken ledges, the other into a long clean face of rock that disappeared into cloud. If Devon had fallen, there should have been something. A scrape, a broken branch lower down, a bright fragment of gear, anything. We found none. What we did find were more small rocks, arranged in a way that made no practical sense. Not a cairn, not a marker. 3 stones in a line, then a gap, then 2 more stones in a line, offset slightly, like someone had started to make another shape and stopped. They weren't embedded, they were balanced on the stone surface as if placed carefully and recently. The sheriff called us back from the edge when the first real snow started, fat wet flakes that quickly turned the rock dark and slick. We retreated to lower ground, and I felt the pressure ease only when the ridge was behind us. That should have been a relief. Instead, it left me with a hollow sense that whatever I'd been resisting by not looking back had simply stayed where it was, waiting in the wind. The official search lasted another day. We extended the grid, checked drainages, ran a drone when the weather cleared enough, and followed every faint boot print until it dissolved into stone. Nothing turned up beyond the campsite, the backpack, the single boot, and the journal with its last tight lines of ink. On the final afternoon, as we packed up, I walked alone back to Devon's tent site to make sure we hadn't missed something small. The tent had been taken down for evidence. The ground where it had sat looked pale and raw. The rock circle remained. I stood at the edge of it and tried to imagine Devon waking in the half-light, seeing that ring of stones, feeling the same awareness I'd felt on my own hikes. Someone watching, not close enough to touch, but close enough to shape your decisions. I pictured him writing in his journal with cold fingers, then stepping out onto the ridge because he thought moving into open space would make him safer. The wind shifted. For a moment I heard a soft tapping from somewhere upslope, rock against rock, slow and patient. I turned my head, just a few degrees, and saw nothing but empty talus and the flat face of the boulder. When I looked back at the circle, one of the stones near the top of it had been turned over, showing a darker, damp underside to the air. I can't swear it hadn't been that way before. I can't swear I didn't miss it earlier, but I know what it felt like in my chest, that small cold impatience returning, as if something had noticed me noticing. I left the circle as it was. I walked down without looking over my shoulder until the trees closed in, and the ridge disappeared behind them. And even then, for miles, I kept thinking about the way Devon's boot had waited beside his pack, laces tied, as if whoever decided what got left behind had taken the time to make it look orderly, almost considerate. They never found Devon Hail. Every season when I hike that mountain now, I stay off the upper ridge. I tell people it's because the weather changes too fast up there, which is true, but the real reason is simpler and harder to say. The higher you go, the more space there is for someone to watch you without being seen, and I don't trust myself anymore to keep walking straight when the air behind me starts to feel heavy again. At 6:07 p.m., my phone hit voicemail on the first ring, and I knew something had gone wrong before I could even convince myself to wait. We had done this dance so many times, early start, long climb, tired laugh on the drive home, that the silence felt like a noise. I stood at the kitchen window with my boots still on, watching the last light slide off the ridgeline we could see from town, and I kept staring at the same patch of pale granite like it might give something back. He'd left the house at 7:12 a.m. with his pack already staged by the door. No big talk. No last-minute gear fussing. That was his thing. Quiet competence. The kind you only notice when it isn't there. He'd been on that trail more times than I could count. The hardest route up our local mountain. A familiar punishment he liked because it never got easy. The plan was simple. Wheels rolling by 8. Summit around noon if conditions held. Back at the car before 6. Check in as soon as he had cell signal again on the lower switchbacks. At 8:03, he texted a photo of the trailhead sign and a strip of blue sky above the trail line. I remember the timestamp because later I kept returning to it, like a finger worried at a loose thread. He didn't send anything else. That wasn't unusual. Once he started climbing, he disappeared into the work of it. When 6 came and went, I told myself it was the usual delay. Slower hikers on narrow sections, a longer lunch, a wrong turn corrected. By 6:30, I was in my car with a headlamp and a spare jacket on the passenger seat, driving the familiar road that curls toward the national park boundary and climbs through pine. The lot at the trailhead sat in a shallow bowl, hemmed by dark trees in the first steep rise of the mountain. His vehicle was there, exactly where he'd park it, nose in, tight to the line like he always did. The air smelled like sun-baked needles and dust, but it had that thin bite that means weather is thinking about changing. I walked the edge of the lot, scanning for anything out of place. An open window, a dropped glove, a note tucked under a wiper. There was nothing. The interior of his vehicle looked normal through the glass. Empty water bottle in the cup holder, map folded in the door pocket, no scattered gear. A couple with trekking poles was loading their own car. I asked if they'd seen him. They had, or thought they had. The man described a solo hiker in a dark cap with a steady pace moving past them on the first stretch, around mid-morning. The woman added he'd been polite in that quick trailway. A nod and a morning, nothing more. I didn't correct them that he tended to save his breath. I just held on to the fact that someone had seen him, that he'd been there in the daylight with other people around. The park station was a short drive down, a small building with a porch light already on. A staff member listened while I spoke, eyes moving between my face and the logbook. There was no sign-in requirement for that trail, but they took missing hikers seriously, especially on the high-difficulty route. They called it in. They asked for his description, his gear, his planned turnaround time. I answered like I was listing items from a shelf. Steady voice, careful details. The staff member told me to wait in the lot, to keep my phone on, to not go up alone. I nodded as if I was the kind of person who would listen. By the time the first ranger truck arrived, the sky had gone from clear to unsettled. A lid of gray pushed in from the west and snagged on the peaks. Wind worried the tops of the pines and made the empty trailhead sign creak softly. The rangers moved with the calm speed of people who have done this before. They checked the vehicle again. They asked if he had emergency gear, if he carried a beacon. He had the usual. Extra layer, first aid, headlamp, food, water treatment. He'd never been the type to take unnecessary risks, and he knew that mountain the way some people know a neighborhood. More people filtered back down in the fading light. Each one became a witness without meaning to. A trio of day hikers said they'd passed a man matching his description around late morning, near the first exposed section, where the trees thin and the trail tilts into talus. Another person, a young runner with a hydration vest, said he'd seen someone solo and steady at the saddle before the final push, sometime after noon moving upward. That last one sat in my chest like a stone. He'd made good progress. He'd been high on the route. He'd been where the world opens up and the weather has nothing to slow it down. The first search team started up with radios and headlamps as the light failed. I stayed near the lot because they told me they'd circle back for more questions, and I was afraid to be somewhere else when they did. The air changed fast. The temperature dropped so abruptly it felt like stepping into a shadow. Gusts came in hard pulses, bending the trees. Then the first pellets hit. Grapple, not rain, tapping on the asphalt and bouncing like tiny beads of glass. Weather in the mountains can turn on a dime, but this was cooler than usual. Within minutes, the peaks vanished behind a moving wall. The staff on site spoke in low tones, checking forecasts and radios. One ranger told me they were pulling the first team back from the exposed ridgeline. Their voices carried a clipped urgency that didn't need translation. It wasn't safe up high, not in the dark, not with the wind rising. I watched the storm erase the upper mountain as if someone was drawing a curtain. Headlamp beams flickered briefly between trees on the lower slope, then disappeared. The parking lot lights made the falling ice glitter. My hands were numb around my phone, even inside my gloves. When the first team came back, their jackets rimmed with frozen grit, they had nothing to report except that the trail was empty, where they could safely check. Morning came late, dragged in under a heavy sky. Search and rescue expanded. As soon as conditions allowed, more trucks, more radios, more people in bright layers moving with purpose. Dogs arrived. A drone team set up near the station, waiting for the wind to ease. Helicopter support was discussed, then shelved when the cloud ceiling stayed low, and the gust refused to settle. I walked the edge of the lot again, staring at the ground as if something might reveal itself on the second pass. There were muddy boot prints everywhere from the searchers, but none that led anywhere meaningful. No torn fabric snagged on branches near the trail entrance. No blood, no dropped gear, no scuff marks in the dust that suggested a stumble or a struggle. The absence of clues became its own presence, like a blank space you can't stop looking at. Over the next day, more witnesses came forward. A park volunteer had seen a man fitting his description stop briefly at a junction sign and check a map, calm, unhurried. A pair of climbers remembered passing him on a narrow traverse, him stepping aside with practiced balance, his pack sitting right. A staff member at a scenic overlook said they'd noticed a solo hiker descending partway in the early afternoon, moving down at a measured pace, then lost sight of him as the trail dipped back into trees. Each report placed him somewhere real. At some time that made sense, doing what he was supposed to be doing, but the trail itself gave nothing back. They searched the obvious, the gullies below exposed sections, the tree wells where someone could vanish under drifted snow, the scree fields where a fall would leave a mark. They ran grids through the lower forest. They checked the small side paths that looped to viewpoints. They watched the weather and pushed when they could, then pulled back again when the mountain threw another tantrum of wind and ice. The storm came in waves for days, sudden and severe, slamming doors shut on search plans and smearing footprints clean before anyone could follow them. I sat with park staff in the station at odd hours, listening to radios crackle with coordinates and clipped confirmations. I answered the same questions again and again, as if repetition might conjure a detail I'd missed. Did he ever talk about shortcuts? No. Did he have reason to meet someone? No. Would he go off trail for a photo? Rarely, and not without care. Was he familiar with the route? More than familiar, comfortable, disciplined, the kind of person who taught others what not to do. That was the paradox I couldn't get around. A prepared, experienced hiker, on a well-traveled route he knew, seen by multiple people in daylight, simply failing to return without a single physical clue. It didn't fit the stories that usually come out of those mountains. Even the hard ones leave something, a broken branch, a lost cap, a misstep scarred into dirt. Here there was only the clean line of trail and the hard weather that kept wiping the slate. On the fourth day, they officially shifted from rescue to recovery language. Though no one said it to me bluntly, I heard it in the way they spoke about areas not yet covered and long-term conditions. His vehicle stayed in the lot until I could no longer stand to see it there. A quiet marker of an outing that had become a gap in the world. When I finally drove it home, the seat still held the faint shape of his routine, the way he always adjusted the headrest, the way he kept the spare gloves in the center console. Weeks later, the mountain looked ordinary again. Snow melted off the lower slopes. Hikers returned with sunburned faces and happy exhaustion. The trail reports went back to normal. People posted summit photos under bright skies, standing exactly where he'd likely stood at noon that day. I tried to picture it, his boots on granite, his breath steady, his eyes scanning familiar lines. Then I tried to picture what happened next, and my mind found nothing to hold on to. Sometimes I drive past the turnoff and slow down without meaning to. The peaks are always there, sharp and indifferent, and the trailhead lot is always full of vehicles that will statistically all leave again. The mountain keeps its weather and its secrets without effort. All I have is a timeline that stops at a missed check-in, a set of witness points that draw an incomplete line up and down the ascent, and the clean fact that a prepared person can step into a familiar landscape at 8 a.m. and be gone by 6 p.m. without leaving a mark. Leaving a mark. On clear evenings, the last light still slides off the ridge the way it did that night, and I still catch myself staring at the same pale granite, waiting for something to move that never does. The last time I saw Cal Redfeather alive, he was just a moving patch of orange on the far slope, dropping through lodgepole like he'd done 1,000 times. The sun was high enough to flatten the shadows, and the air had that dry, resinous bite you only get up on the mountain when the day is warm, but the shade still holds cold. We were on his family's tribal land, the kind of ground he could read like a map without ever looking down. He lifted one hand, not a wave exactly, more like a signal, and disappeared into the trees. Cal wasn't just experienced. He was the man people pointed to when they talked about being prepared. Former military. The kind of calm that never seemed to leave his face, even when weather rolled in ugly. He'd taught his boys to make fire in the wind, and to stop moving when they got turned around, to listen first and act second. He'd hunted these ridges since he was young enough to be carried. That day, he had his 2 sons with him, both grown, both good shots, both used to following him without question. The plan was simple. We'd spotted sign cutting across a bench, and dropping toward a deep cut of rock and timber, the locals called the Split Canyon. Cal didn't like to push animals straight down into it, because it ate sound and light and turned easy angles into traps. But he'd seen something fresh and decided to use the canyon's shape. He told the boys to hold the upper line while he circled wide and drove anything bedded on the far side into their view. It was mid-afternoon when he peeled off. Not late, not dusk, not that thin time when mistakes happen because you're hungry and hurrying. The boys watched him move until the trees swallowed him. I stayed with them because Cal wanted the upper ridge covered, and frankly because you don't tell a man like that you're going to do it differently. At first, nothing felt wrong. A jay screamed somewhere, and the wind combed through the needles in soft, steady sheets. We heard a few branches snap far off, the kind of ordinary noise you never think twice about. One of the boys shifted his weight and pointed down, and I raised my binoculars, expecting to catch a flash of hide moving between trunks. Instead, the woods just held itself. 20 minutes, then 30. The boys began scanning for the orange vest. Cal had promised he'd cut down into the saddle and signal with a whistle if he needed to adjust. The whistle never came. We called once, not yelling, just pushing his name into the trees, the way you do when you're still assuming the other person will answer with a laugh. No reply. We waited, because you don't panic over silence in the forest. When another half hour passed, the older boy started moving along the ridgeline, taking the edge of the canyon in a careful arc. He found Cal's boot prints in a patch of damp earth, where the shade held moisture, clear tread, purposeful. They angled toward the mouth of the cut, and then abruptly they didn't make sense anymore. They veered into thicker timber where no one would drive game. Not unless something had changed. We followed, all of us now, moving downhill in the quiet, calling again. Still nothing. We found a scuff mark on a fallen log, a smear of fresh bark where a shoulder or a pack might have brushed. Then the tracks vanished into rock and needles. Cal's boys went from focused to frightened, in a way I don't like remembering. Men who know the rules of the backcountry can tell the difference between lost and gone. Lost leaves threads. Gone leaves a cut end. By the time we reached the first steep pitch above Split Canyon, it was obvious the terrain had swallowed him whole. The trees grew denser, the understory crowded with deadfall and low brush. Sound dampened, as if the air itself had thickened. We paused and listened. There was no whistle, no cough, no accidental clatter. Even the birds had gone quiet. We did what you do. We marked our last known point. We widened our circles. We found nothing. Not his hat, not a wrapper, not a single cartridge case. Cal was the kind of man who didn't litter his own land, but he was also the kind of man who, if he was hurt, would have made himself visible. A torn strip of cloth on a branch, a series of shots, anything. As daylight slid toward evening, we called in the tribal rangers and county search officials. People came fast because Cal was known and respected, and because you don't ignore a disappearance in country like that. They asked questions that sounded routine but carried an edge. What he was wearing, what he carried, his medical history, the exact time he separated. The boys answered with a steadiness that looked like stone and felt like cracking. Search teams moved in with specialized trackers, the kind who walk like they're reading a book no one else can see. They brought dogs. They brought infrared equipment. And that was the part I couldn't shake, seeing grown men set up screens and lenses meant to catch heat and darkness, as if a human body could be found like a flare. They swept the canyon walls, the benches, the timber pockets. They flew patterns and checked hollows. The benches, the timber pockets. They flew patterns and checked hollows. They ran lines that crisscrossed in grids so tight it seemed impossible for a person to be missed. The first night, the dogs hit a trail near the damp patch where we'd found the prints. They worked it hard for a while, pulling down slope, then stopped dead in a place that should have smelled like Cal, a narrow sheltered crease between boulders where the air was still. The handlers coaxed them forward, and the dogs refused, not balking like they were lazy, refusing like there was a wall. Infrared turned up nothing. No heat signature curled under a log. No warm shape tucked in the brush. No lingering body temperature on a rock face that would suggest a fall. When the sun rose, they searched the clearing just above the canyon, where by all logic, a man might pause to catch his breath. They combed it with such confidence that I believed them when they said it was clear. Days went by. The search expanded. They checked water. They checked old trails. They checked every notch and drain that fed into Split Canyon, because a man can break a leg and slide out of sight in a place like that. But Cal didn't. Eventually, there was nothing left to do except accept that the mountain wasn't giving him back. The officials packed up. The dogs left. The infrared screens were folded and stored. The boys stayed longer, like staying could make a door appear where there wasn't one. Then winter came and sealed the ground under snow. A year later, I was back on that land alone. I didn't go because I thought I'd find anything. I went because the memory of that orange patch, vanishing between trunks, had become a splinter I couldn't pull out. I told myself I was checking a ridge I hadn't walked during the search, tracing possible lines Cal might have taken if he'd changed course. I carried the same kind of gear I always carried. I moved careful, I listened. It was early in the season. The forest heavy and green, the canyons still holding their cold. I was skirting the upper edge of Split Canyon when I noticed a bird shadowing me, not following like a curious jay. This was bigger, a raven, glossy and black, riding the air above the tray line and dropping to branches just ahead, as if it had business with me. At first I ignored it. Ravens do what they want. But it kept shifting to the same direction every time I changed mine, hopping forward in short, impatient bursts. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. It didn't call. It didn't circle away. It simply waited as if the trail belonged to it and I was the one being guided. I know how that sounds. I followed anyway, because the mountain had taught me that you pay attention to the things that don't fit. The raven led me along a faint game path that cut through dense timber, down into a pocket of trees that looked ordinary until you stepped into it. The air felt cooler there, like shade with weight. The forest floor was littered with old needles, and the sound of my boots came muted, swallowed. The raven dropped low. It landed on a dead limb and peered down, head tilting. It tapped the wood once, sharp as a nail driven. Then it hopped to the next branch, closer to the ground. I saw the clearing then. I recognized it in a slow, sick way. This was the same open patch the searchers had marked and cleared a year before. The same place they'd walked in straight lines, looking down and up and back again, so sure there was nothing to see. My throat tightened. My hands went cold inside my gloves. I took 3 steps into that clearing and stopped. There, in the open, were Cal's things: a piece of torn orange fabric, sun-faded, a belt buckle half sunk into the duff, a boot, collapsed sideways as if it had been set down gently and forgotten. Near it, bone-white shapes that didn't belong to deer or elk. Human. The rest of him was scattered close, not dragged far, not buried, simply present, as if the mountain had placed him there after everyone stopped looking. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I stood so still I could hear my own pulse, and in that moment the clearing felt like a room with the door closed. I remember thinking that if I turned around too fast, I'd see someone standing at the trail line. The raven made a sound then, a low rough click, and lifted away, gliding over the canopy without flapping, leaving me with the sight and the silence. The officials came again after my call. They did their careful work. They asked me to point, to explain, to repeat. Their faces tried to stay professional and didn't quite manage it. One of them walked the perimeter with his GPS and muttered to himself that this place had been cleared, documented, signed off. Another shook his head at the openness of it all, the way nothing was hidden. No slide marks, no sign of a long struggle, just a man's remains in a clearing that had been empty until it wasn't. Cal's boys arrived later. I watched them step into that pocket of trees with the kind of caution you use, entering a room where a bad phone call already happened. They didn't say much. They didn't need to. They stood where I had stood, looking down at what was left of the father who taught them every safe way to move through these mountains. When it was over, when the clearing was stripped of evidence and the tape was pulled down, the forest returned to itself with a cruelty that felt like indifference. Wind moved through the needles. A squirrel chattered from a stump. The canyon kept its depth and shadow as if it had never swallowed a man whole. I still think about the search, the dogs, the infrared screens, the lines of people walking shoulder to shoulder through that same open patch, eyes sharp, sure of their methods. I think about how Cal knew that land like skin and still vanished in the middle of the day. And I think about the raven, the way it waited for me, guiding me to a place that should have been empty, like it had been told to bring someone back, when the mountain finally decided to give him up. The first thing I noticed wasn't the glow, it was the smell. Green wood and melted plastic, carried downhill in a thin ribbon of cold air like someone had wrung smoke out of the trees. I'd been walking the closed spur trail for an hour, headlamp low, trying to keep my bootfalls quiet on the duff. Most nights in late season are empty out here. The last shuttle had gone, the backcountry permits had tapered off, and the park felt like it was holding its breath. Then the orange flicker showed between the trunks, deep where it shouldn't have been. No designated site, no corridor, no legal fire. I stopped and killed my light. The ridge above me was black against a sky that still held a bruise of dusk. But down in the drainage, the forest drank the remaining light. The fire's glow painted one side of a granite boulder and left the other side ink dark. I listened for the usual tells: pots clinking, a zipper, the soft mumble of someone talking to themselves. Nothing. Just the fire popping in slow, lazy snaps that sounded too loud in the quiet. Procedure is simple in writing, and less simple in the moment. Approach. Identify yourself, assess safety, enforce regulations. The safety part isn't theoretical. I've walked into camps where people were drunk, armed, panicked, or just convinced the rules weren't for them. That's why I keep my voice calm and my hands visible. I eased forward, step by step, letting my eyes adjust. The fire was built straight on the ground in a ring of fist-sized stones. It wasn't big, but it was wrong for this elevation and this season, and it had the scorched look of something that had been fed more than sticks. The melted plastic smell came from somewhere near it, sharp and chemical, and then I saw him. He sat on the far side of the fire, just beyond the ring of light, like the dark itself had taken a human shape and settled there. Not on a log, not on a pad, just on the bare dirt with his knees bent and his hands resting on his thighs. He was alone. No tent behind him, no tarp strung up, no pack leaned against a tree, no shoes off to dry, no headlamp tossed nearby, no water bottle catching the firelight. In the beam's edge, I could make out his clothes, a thin gray hoodie and dark pants, damp at the cuffs like he'd been walking through wet brush. His face was angled slightly downward, but his eyes were open, glassy, the kind of eyes you see on people in shock or exhausted beyond sense, or high on something you don't want to guess about. I took 2 more steps and let my headlamp come up just enough to catch him clearly. The light hit his face and he didn't blink. "Park ranger," I called, keeping it firm and steady. "You can't have a fire here." No reaction. He didn't turn toward my voice. He didn't flinch at the sudden light. He didn't even seem to register the words as sound. I moved around the fire's edge, staying outside the ring of stones, watching his hands empty. No knife, no stick, no metal mug. His fingers were pale at the tips, as if they'd been cold for a while, but the rest of him looked overheated, sweat dampening his hair at the temples. I tried again, louder. "Sir, look at me. I need you to respond." His pupils caught the light like marbles. They reflected, but they didn't focus. My radio was clipped to my shoulder strap. I keyed the mic and gave my location in plain terms, asked for a second unit to start toward me, and added that I had a non-responsive subject with an illegal fire. The dispatcher acknowledged. Her voice, steady and normal, made the clearing feel even stranger by contrast. I crouched slightly, not too close, and watched his chest. It rose and fell, slow, regular. He was breathing like someone asleep, but he was sitting upright, eyes open, hands still, as if his body had forgotten what to do next. "Do you have a pack?" I asked, then immediately regretted it. Questions assume a person is in the same room with you. He wasn't. Not really. The fire cracked and spat a tiny ember into the dirt. The ember glowed for a second, then died. He didn't move. I swept my light behind him. The ground sloped into thicker trees, and in that darker band I expected to see something, at least footprints. A flattened spot where a tent had been, a bare canister, a jacket draped over a branch. There was nothing. The dirt was raw and churned, like someone had scuffed it hard with the soles of their shoes. But the marks didn't lead anywhere. They circled the fire, overlapping, and then stopped. No clear path in or out. My first mundane thought was the obvious one: hypothermia or intoxication. People get turned around, wander off trail, and sit down like the forest is a living room. But the second thought hit right behind it. If he'd walked in here, where was the gear that would have kept him alive long enough to do it? I raised my voice, projecting the authority I'm trained to use when I need someone to snap to attention. "Stand up, now." He didn't stand. He didn't even twitch. I stepped closer until the heat of the fire brushed my shins. The melted plastic smell got stronger, and I found its source. A lumpy blackened shape, half buried in ash. Something that had once been synthetic fabric. It wasn't a sleeping bag. It was too small. I nudged it gently with the toe of my boot, and it broke apart, crumbling like burnt insulation. The man's eyes followed the movement, not like a person tracking, like a camera panning. Smooth and delayed, stopping exactly where my boot had been, then sliding back to center. My stomach tightened. I forced myself to slow down. Fear makes you read meaning into shadows. Fear makes you invent things. I reached for my canteen, took a sip, and swallowed hard against the dryness in my throat. "I'm going to check you for injuries," I said. "If you can hear me, nod." No nod. I took one more step, and the air shifted. The hair on my arms lifted under my sleeves, the way it does when a storm is about to break, but the sky above the canopy was clear. My headlamp flickered once, just a quick dim bright like the battery had hiccuped. He finally blinked. He glanced slowly, fully, and when his eyelids opened again, his eyes weren't glassy for an instant. They were wet, sharp, painfully aware. He looked straight at my badge. His lips parted, and a sound came out that wasn't a word, not a groan, not a cough, more like breath pushed through a tight throat. I forced myself not to step back. "What's your name?" His gaze slid past me to my shoulder, to the radio, and fixed there. I heard a faint hiss. At first I thought it was the fire, Then I realized it was coming from him. A thin sound between his teeth, like he was trying to form an S and couldn't get the rest of the word. The hiss lengthened, then cut off abruptly. He swallowed, his throat bobbed. He spoke one word, soft enough that I almost missed it. Out. I didn't answer. I didn't argue. I watched his hands again, still empty, still resting on his thighs, but now the fingers were flexing in tiny pulses. As if feeling for sensation, I keyed my mic again and told dispatch. Subject is verbal. One word, still uncooperative. I'm maintaining distance. I didn't mention the way my headlamp had flickered, or the way his eyes had changed. Those details don't help anyone in the moment, and they don't look good on paper. In my report later, I used the exact language we're taught. Subject exhibited altered mental status, fixed gaze, delayed response. The case number got stamped and filed and tagged in the system, and that was the part that felt normal, out in the clearing. Nothing felt normal. The man's focus shifted again, beyond my shoulder into the trees behind me. His eyes widened slightly, not in fear exactly, but in recognition, like he'd spotted someone he knew, standing just outside the firelight. I turned my head without moving my feet, sweeping my light where he was looking. The beam cut through branches and lit a stretch of empty understory. Ferns, fallen logs, a pale snag, nothing else. When I turned back, he was no longer looking past me. He was looking at me the way he'd looked at my badge. Precise, narrowed, measuring. His mouth moved again. This time there were more sounds. A short cluster, broken and breathy. It might have been a name. It might have been a warning. The only part I could make out was the last syllable, and even that could have been my brain trying to make sense of noise. Then, without changing his posture, he leaned forward a few inches, like a marionette whose strings had been tugged. His hands lifted off his thighs and hovered above the ground. Palms down. The fire responded. I don't mean it flared because he leaned closer. I mean the flame folded inward away from him as if a gust had pushed it, but the surrounding leaves didn't stir. The smoke streamed low and straight to the west in a tight line, ignoring every natural draft. My headlamp dimmed again, and this time it stayed dim for a heartbeat too long. My radio crackled with a burst of static so loud it made me jerk. In the static I thought I heard a voice say my name, but it might have been the dispatcher, or it might have been the radio catching a fragment of someone else's transmission. In the same instant the man's eyes went blank again, as if whatever had been behind them stepped away. I didn't wait for the feeling to explain itself. I did what I should have done earlier. I backed out, not running, not stumbling, just a controlled retreat, keeping the fire and the man in my peripheral vision while my boots found the same steps I'd taken in. The trees swallowed the orange glow behind me, but the smell followed, and so did the sense that my flashlight beam was too small to matter. When I reached the bend where the trail dropped into the drainage, my headlamp brightened back to normal, like it had never flickered at all. I stopped and turned. From that distance, the illegal fire was just a dull ember in a black pocket of woods. The man's silhouette was still there, exactly where he'd been, upright and motionless, a shape cut out of the night. I raised my radio and tried to call dispatch again. The signal went through clean, no static, no hint of the earlier burst. I waited for the second unit, listening to my own breathing, listening for footsteps that never came from behind me. When my colleague arrived, we approached together, lights high, voices ready. The clearing was cold and empty. No fire, no stones, no ash bed, no melted plastic smell, not even the scuffed dirt. The ground was leaf-littered and undisturbed, as if no one had sat there for hours, as if no one had ever been there at all. The only thing out of place was a single damp footprint near a tree, pressed deep into the soil, toes pointed toward the slope and heel toward the trail, like someone had stepped up from nowhere and then paused. We searched until the sky went fully black, and the stars came out hard and bright. We found no gear because there was none to find. We found no person because there was no one. The radio log showed my check-in times and nothing else. The dispatcher confirmed she'd never said my name over the air. In the morning, with daylight making everything look ordinary again, I walked back alone to the same spot. I told myself I wanted to double check for embers, to make sure nothing had reignited. That was the official reason. The real reason was simpler. I wanted proof that the night had been real. There was no blackened soil, no broken plastic, no ring of stones, not even that single footprint. Just a clean stretch of forest floor, moss brightened by sun, the understory quiet except for birds picking at seeds. I stood there until my legs went numb from stillness, staring at the place where the firelight had been, trying to picture a man sitting motionless with his eyes open, trying to remember whether he'd looked at me like a person or like something else using a person's face. I never wrote down what his one word did to my nerves. I never wrote down the way the smoke had moved like it had a destination. I never wrote down the feeling in my arms when the air shifted. Those things don't have boxes on the form. That every time I patrol that drainage at dusk, when the park empties out and the trails turn quiet and the wind carries smells from places it shouldn't, I catch myself scanning for a forbidding glow between the trees, and I keep my headlamp tilted low, as if the light might call something back if it shines too bright. Mid-afternoon light does a funny thing near water in the high country. It turns every ripple into a coin you can't pick up, and it makes distance feel trustworthy when it isn't. I was walking behind the rest of my family on the trail, listening to the creek argue with rocks, watching the backs of jackets sway like a single bright animal moving through the trees. I remember being proud that I could keep up, that my legs weren't tired. I remember the smell of sun-warmed pine needles, and the way the air tasted thin and clean enough to bite. I was small, the kind of small that makes adults forget you can't see over the same ledge as they can. My world was waist-high brush, roots that looked like snakes, and the steady promise that if I kept the big shapes in front of me, nothing could happen. The trail narrowed where it hugged the water. On the left, the creek ran fast and cold, flashing between boulders. On the right, the ground rose in a steep broken slope that climbed into darker timber and then into rock. The family line stretched and compressed as people stopped to take pictures, to sip from bottles, to point at something moving in the shallows. I didn't know the names of the peaks. I only knew the sound of our shoes on packed dirt, and the occasional scrape of gravel when someone shifted aside to let another hiker pass. At one spot, the creek widened into a shallow pool with a small cascade. Everyone slowed. There was a log half in the water, half on the bank, and a worn patch where people had stood before. I remember stepping onto that bare earth because it looked like the right place to stand. I watched the water spill over the lip of stone, and for a few seconds I thought about nothing but the shine and the noise. Then the line of jackets moved again. I didn't notice right away. That's the part that makes the rest of it feel like a trap. I walked into with my eyes open. My attention drifted, and when I looked up, the last adult shape I'd been following had already rounded a bend where the trees pinched in close. I could still hear voices ahead, muffled by the rush of water, but I couldn't see anyone. The trail in front of me looked like it always did. Dirt and stones and the same green on either side, except suddenly it belonged to no one. I hurried. My feet slipped once on a wet rock near the edge, and I jerked back. The creek sound filled my ears. I called out, but my voice felt small against the constant moving water. The trail climbed a little away from the creek, and for a moment I thought I could see a flash of color through the trees. I pushed forward, heart working hard, and then the trail split. It wasn't a dramatic fork, just a Y where the path divided around a cluster of boulders and rejoined farther up. One branch closer to the water, one slightly higher and drier. I stood there, breathing, trying to make my eyes do what I wanted. If I went the wrong way, I imagined I'd miss them entirely. If I stayed, I imagined they'd never come back. I chose the lower branch because I could hear the creek better there, and the creek had been my companion since the trailhead. The dirt was damp. Ferns leaned in. It felt like the world had tilted, giving the water more authority. I walked fast. The branch curled along the bank, then angled up through a patch of willow. It should have met the other branch again within a minute or two, but the trail kept going, and the creek bent away, and the trees thickened. I stopped and turned in a circle, trying to make sense of it. Everything looked familiar in the way that makes you feel foolish for being afraid. Every trunk was a trunk. Every rock was a rock. Still, I couldn't see the family line. I couldn't hear their footfalls. Only the creek. Always the creek. I remember a smell then. Sharp and wet, like stirred up mud. I remember a bird scolding from somewhere above my head. I remember thinking that if I climbed a little higher, I could see better. The slope to my right rose steeply, stitched with roots and loose stones. It didn't look like part of the trail, but it looked like a shortcut. I put a hand on a tree and started up. The ground slid under my shoes. Pebbles skittered. I grabbed at branches that snapped or bent away. My breathing got loud, and I could feel my pulse in my throat. I climbed until my legs shook, and the trees opened just enough for me to see the water again, glittering below through gaps in the leaves. That's where my memory becomes more like pictures than a story. A patch of lichen on a rock. A strip of blue sky between moving treetops. A small drift of old snow tucked into shade, dirty at the edges. My hands scraped with pine sap stuck to my fingers. A feeling of being watched that I couldn't pin on anything. Like the woods themselves had turned their face toward me. I must have come back down. I must have tried to find the path again. I know I did because later, when the searchers asked questions, I could describe the fork and the creek and the boulders. I could describe things that existed, but I also described things that didn't seem to fit where they should have been. Rocks piled like a low wall, a narrow cut between two slabs, a place where the ground dropped away too suddenly. I said it was there, and I believed it, and the adults looked at one another with the kind of expression that means they are building a different story without you. They found the family first, not me. My mother told me this later, and even later she still couldn't say it without her voice going tight. Someone turned around and realized the smallest pair of legs wasn't there anymore. They called my name. They walked back to the pool by the cascade. They checked behind the boulders. They assumed for a while that I was doing what kids sometimes do, lagging to throw pebbles, wandering 10 feet off trail to look at something interesting. Then, time started to harden. Other hikers helped. People spread out along the trail, calling, searching in the brush where a child could slip between branches. Someone went to the nearest ranger station. Radios crackled. The day that had felt bright and leisurely became tight with urgency, like a drawstring pulled, when the first team arrived. I wasn't there to see their faces or their clipped movements. I wasn't there to hear the way adults talk differently when they're trying to stay calm for each other. But I have heard it replayed so often in my family's retelling that I can imagine it like I was standing right beside them, at that fork in the trail where everything changed. They brought bloodhounds in. Big, serious dogs with handlers who didn't waste words. The dogs were put on my scent from something I'd worn, something my parents had in the car. The handlers walked them to the fork, and the dogs pulled hard, noses down, until they reached that split in the path. There, the dogs hesitated. They circled. They chose, then doubled back. They returned to the exact point where the trail separated and searched the air like something had been lifted away. Again and again they returned to that spot, and then the leash would slacken, and the dog would look up, confused, like a sentence that won't finish. That detail is the one that makes my stomach go hollow even now. They didn't stop at the fork. They searched both branches. They searched down toward the creek, and up into the slope. Volunteers came in, locals and tourists and people who just happened to be nearby, and couldn't stand the idea of a child alone in the woods. They formed lines and swept the brush. They checked under logs, inside rocky pockets, along the water's edge. They shouted my name until their voices went hoarse. And then the sightings started. The first report came from a couple on a higher trail system, miles away. They said they'd seen a child, alone, moving near a rocky outcrop. They were certain it was a child because of the size, because of the way it walked. They couldn't say what color the shirt was. They couldn't say anything beyond the shape and the fact that it was small and it wasn't with anyone. They were shaken enough to find a ranger immediately. They pointed on a map to a place thousands of feet higher in elevation than where my family had been walking. The search shifted like a flock turning. Teams redeployed. People hiked hard toward the secondary location. carrying packs, ropes, radios. A helicopter went over, its sound chopping the thin air. If you've never been in a mountain valley when a helicopter passes, it's hard to explain how it makes the whole world feel suddenly temporary, like the sky is being tugged open. When they reached the place the witnesses described, there was nothing. No small footprint in scree, no torn fabric caught on brush, no sign of a child sitting down to rest, no disturbed pine needles, no dropped toy, no candy wrapper. They searched the gullies and the rock shelves. They peered into cracks. They called and listened, and called again. Nothing answered. Another witness later said they'd seen a child near a snowfield even farther up, near a ridge where the wind stays sharp even in summer. The description was just as vague and just as confident. A child, alone. A flash of small movement where there shouldn't have been any. Searchers went there too, and again they found no trace at all, as if the report had been about a shadow instead of a person. People tried to make the math work. Adults love to make the math work. They calculated distances and elevation gain. They talked about how fast a child could move, how a child might follow game trails, how water can carry sound and confuse direction. They talked about the ways panic changes decisions. They talked about how children can be surprisingly resilient. They talked until words turned into noise. But the core problem stayed the same. I was too young to have gotten that far that fast. I was too dependent on the world being the size I could handle. The trail system between where I vanished and where the witnesses swore they saw a child wasn't a straight line. It was steep, broken country. It was switchbacks and cliffs and thick timber and open rock where a misstep could mean a fall you couldn't climb back from. The effort alone was adult-sized. The search lasted until light fell away from the canyon walls, and the shadows pooled under the trees. It continued the next day, and the day after that, and then it became something that kept going, with less noise but no less determination. Flyers, calls, tips, dogs again, more volunteers, different teams, the same creek running the same cold argument over stones. No one found me. That's the part I'm supposed to accept as the ending. A child falls behind. A brief gap of attention. A fork in a trail. A scent that stops. A sighting that shouldn't be possible. And then nothing. But there's another part. Quieter. That never left my family. It lives in the way my mother still watches the last person in a line when we walk anywhere. It lives in how my father pauses at trail junctions and stares down both branches longer than he needs to. It lives in how my older cousins fall silent when the sound of moving water is loud enough to swallow a voice. Sometimes I think about that fork like it's still waiting, unchanged with the same boulders, and the same damp earth, and the same two choices that aren't really choices at all. I picture the bloodhound standing there, head lifted, trying to read something that isn't written in scent. I picture the mountain above, with its 1,000-foot rises, its hidden cuts and shelves, and places the sun doesn't reach. I picture the witnesses pointing, insisting, because they know what they saw, and they can't be talked out of it. And I picture the creek, bright and cold, carrying the only steady sound through the trees, as if it's been telling the same story the whole time, and we just never learned how to hear it. I started walking at 4:37 p.m. because the light looked generous, and because I wanted to believe my own optimism more than my own judgment. The gravel lot was half empty, the kind of place that pretends to be a trailhead until you step past the information board and realize there is no trail, only a suggestion of one. I had no pack, no water, no headlamp, just my phone, my keys, and the thin jacket I'd worn out of habit, as if habit could substitute for preparation. I'd been on leave from my writing job for 3 weeks, telling people I needed quiet, that I was burnt out, that I had deadlines that didn't pay, and a brain that wouldn't behave. The truth was smaller and more embarrassing. I had developed a fear of heights that made me feel fraudulent, not the cinematic kind where your knees buckle at the edge of a skyscraper. Mine arrived quietly on footbridges and steep stairwells. In the moment my eyes tried to calculate distance and failed. Mountains for me were an argument I kept losing, so I drove to one anyway. The summit I'd picked didn't have a name on most maps, just a contour knot and a few online photos taken from a distance. It rose in rough folds above the tree line, all broken rock and narrow ribs. People who knew the range called it that shoulder, as if you could shrug it off. I told myself I would go up and come back before nightfall. I said it out loud inside the car, like an incantation, like words could change the angle of the sun. Past the last stunted pines, the ground turned to loose scree and sharp grass. The slope steepened in a way that felt personal. I kept my eyes on the next patch of stable stone, then the next, refusing to look too far up or too far down. My phone signal winked out, returned, then vanished again. When I tried to open my map app, the screen hung on a spinning icon that reminded me of an editor's loading cursor, patient and accusing. There were no blazes, no cairns I could trust, nothing but the logic of up and the misleading clarity of open air. Every time I stopped, my breathing sounded too loud, as if the mountain were listening and judging the rhythm. I told myself I wasn't scared. I was simply being careful. I was simply making good decisions in a place that punished bad ones. The light shifted faster than I expected. At first it was only a cooler tone, then an orange smear on the rock faces, then the sudden realization that the gullies had filled with shadow like water. I found myself on a narrow ledge of broken slate above a drop. I refused to measure. My fear of heights didn't announce itself with panic. It arrived as a tightening, a narrowing of choices. The ledge was my whole world. The mountain offered me two directions, forward along the rib or back the way I'd come, and the way behind me looked steeper than it had an hour ago. I tried to swallow and tasted dust. A sound carried up from below, loose rock sliding. I froze, waiting for a hiker to appear, someone with a pack and a proper plan, someone I could follow back down with an embarrassed laugh at my own arrogance. Nothing came. The sliding stopped, and the silence that followed felt arranged, as if it had been placed there carefully. In my work, I'm paid to chase patterns. I'm paid to take the scattered details of a life and turn them into something that reads clean. Out here, the pattern-making part of my brain kept firing anyway. It started doing what it always does when it doesn't have enough information, inventing. For the first time, I had the ugly thought that the mountain didn't need to do anything to me. I could do it all myself. I had already done most of it. Late start, no supplies, no one expecting me at a specific time. Hubris disguised as a small adventure. I tried to reverse along the ledge, but my boots kicked pebbles free, and each tiny clatter seemed to wake the void below. I faced the rock and moved slowly, palms against cold stone, not daring to look down. My phone vibrated once in my pocket, maybe a phantom notification, maybe the last twitch of signal, and the sensation made me flinch hard enough that my shoulder scraped the wall. The scrape echoed. It shouldn't have echoed that way. The ledge was open air on one side. Sound should have blown away. Instead, it came back at me thin and delayed like a reply. I pulled out my phone and without thinking, opened my notes app. My drafts were full of half-finished sentences, character names, paragraphs I kept rewriting because they felt false. The last thing I'd typed before I left the house was a line I didn't remember writing. If you want the mountain to answer, ask it with your feet. I stared at that sentence until the screen dimmed. It's important to say this plainly. I was alone. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear voices in any clear human way. What I felt was worse because it was so easy to blame on stress and altitude and my own stupid decisions. Every time I shifted my weight, the rock under my soles seemed to settle in response, as if it had been waiting for me to choose. Every time I looked toward what I thought was the safest route, I would catch out of the corner of my eye a suggestion of movement, just a dark stitch in the rock that wasn't there when I focused on it. I kept climbing, not because I still believed I could make the summit and return by dark, but because the idea of going back along that ledge felt impossible. Up was simpler than down. Up was a lie I could keep telling myself. By the time I reached the first band of exposed rock above the ridge, the wind had picked up. It threaded through cracks and made a sound like paper being torn slowly. The sky had gone bruised and thin. I could see the valley floor now in broken glimpses through the ribs of stone, and the sight of it made my stomach turn. My fear was no longer an abstract thing. It had a shape and it hung below me. I found a shallow notch between two boulders and crouched, trying to decide what responsible looked like at this point. My phone's battery had dropped faster than it should have in the cold. I tried to dial out no service. I tried to text a friend anyway, a stupid instinct, as if texts could travel on hope. Nothing sent, so I did the one thing I know how to do when I'm cornered. I wrote. I typed a note titled "Submit by Nightfall," because sarcasm is easier than fear, and because if anyone found my phone later, I wanted them to understand the first mistake. I added a tag in my drafts the way I tag research, a habit from work that made no sense on a mountain. Then I started describing the terrain in plain language. Ribs, gullies, loose shale, no trail, like I was writing directions for someone with better sense. The cold crept in, my fingers stiffened. The wind pushed at my back with a steady impatience. That was when I heard the helicopter. At first it was only a distant thrum, low enough to be confused with the wind. Then it grew into a clear mechanical chop, the sound of something powerful forcing air into submission. A search helicopter, I thought, with a sudden flare of shame. It was too early for anyone to be looking for me, unless time had moved differently than I'd admitted, unless I'd been climbing and hesitating and circling longer than I could account for. The helicopter passed somewhere beyond the ridge, unseen, and the sound wavered as it threaded between rock faces. It came again, closer. I stood, swaying a little, and stepped out from the notch to get a view. My boots slid on pebbles, and I caught myself on the boulder with both hands, heart hammering. I tried to wave, though I knew they couldn't see me in the darkening folds. The sound changed. It wasn't just distance, it was pitch, a thinness like strain. Then, abruptly, silence. So sudden my ears rang with it. A second later, a dull impact rolled across the mountain. Not a sharp explosion, but a heavy final thud, followed by a faint scatter of smaller sounds, like debris skipping down stone. The wind carried a brief metallic tang, and then nothing again, as if the air had decided not to remember. I didn't move. I couldn't. The mountain felt enormous and indifferent, and somewhere out in that dark, someone had come looking for me and met the same physics I was gambling with. I lowered myself back into the notch, and forced my shaking hands to work. I typed a new paragraph beneath my directions. I wrote that I had heard a helicopter and then a crash-like sound. I wrote that I was sorry. I wrote that I was going to try to descend, because staying put in the cold without gear was its own kind of slow sentence. The last light drained from the sky in minutes. My phone became a small rectangle of pale blue in a world that had turned to texture and guesswork. When I stood, the ridgeline was no longer a line. It was a jagged absence against darker absence. The way I'd come up was a memory more than a route. I tried to angle down toward what I thought was a gully that would funnel me to trees, to shelter, to anything that wasn't this open exposure. My first step sent a slide of shale, whispering into the dark. I froze, waited for the settling to stop, then shifted my weight again. The rock moved like it had been waiting for permission. I kept my eyes on the screen as long as I could, using it to throw a weak cone of light onto the ground. The battery warning flashed once, then again. In the dim, my own shadow jumped and stretched across the stone, and for a moment it looked like another figure moving beside me, matching my pauses too perfectly to be comforting. When the phone finally died, it didn't fade. It went black at once, like a door closing. I stood in complete darkness with my hands out, feeling for rock that could hold me, listening to the mountain breathe in wind and silence. Somewhere far below, a faint glow pulsed once. Maybe a searchlight, maybe something breaking as it cooled. Maybe nothing at all. I took one more careful step, and the ground under my right foot shifted in a way that felt less like slipping and more like being gently guided, as if the mountain had found the exact angle of my pride and decided to tilt it. I reached for the rock face, and my fingers found empty air. We started up the trail before sunrise, because we both knew the mountain doesn't care about your schedule. At the trailhead, my breath already looked thick, and the air had that brittle, dry bite that makes your throat feel lined with paper. My headlamp caught frost on the first switchbacks. Above us, the ridge was only a darker shape against the stars. Evan had talked me into the route weeks earlier. He was steadier than me at altitude, the kind of hiker who kept his pace even, and his tone calm no matter how steep the grade got. My defining trait on mountains has always been the opposite. I grind, I push, I pretend the weakness is somewhere else, in someone else's lungs. That morning I told myself stubbornness was the same thing as strength. We moved in the narrow cone of our lights, boots scraping loose rock, trekking poles ticking. When the sky finally started to gray, the mountain's details came in like an old photograph developing. A line of cairns, a frozen seep, patches of summer grass trapped under ice. The trail lifted us above tree line, where the wind had nothing to slow it down. By late morning the sun was out, but it didn't warm the air the way it does at lower elevations. It only sharpened it. The light turned the talus a hard pale color, and made every shadow look like a crack you could fall into. The slope above us was a long, slow grind, never steep enough to force a stop, never gentle enough to let you breathe normally. That was where I started drinking too fast. I'd brought a bladder and a bottle, but the altitude made my mouth dry and my tongue feel swollen, and each swallow was a tiny comfort I didn't want to deny myself. Evan reminded me once, casually, to pace it. I nodded like I was listening. I wasn't. I kept pushing the cadence, trying to outwork the thinning air. Around noon, my steps got sloppy. It wasn't sudden, it was like a screw turning. One click at a time, until you notice the pressure and realize you've been tightening it for miles. My calves cramped. My hands felt thick inside my gloves. The world narrowed to my boots and the next cairn. Evan slowed and checked on me without making it a big deal. He had water left. He offered some. Pride made me wave it off. I told him I was fine and needed a minute to get my breathing right. We were within sight of the summit ridge then, the last stretch of trail snaking across broken rock toward a shallow saddle. There were no trees, no places to hide, just scattered boulders and wide open sky. Wind hissed through the stones and kept tugging at my jacket. Every time I stopped, my heartbeat felt too loud in my ears. I took my pack off and reached for the bladder tube out of habit. Nothing came. I sucked anyway, as if that would summon water by force of will. The empty taste hit me harder than I expected. I checked the bladder, then the bottle. The bottle had a mouthful, maybe two. I tipped it back and felt the last of it slide down. Cold and insufficient. When I lowered it, the plastic crinkled like a leaf. Evan looked at the bottle and then at my face. He didn't scold me. He just made a decision. He said we could turn around right there, or we could push to the saddle and reassess. He pointed out a flat area ahead, a meeting point of sorts, where the trail widened and the cairns clustered. He wanted me to sit there while he went up a little farther to check the weather and see how crowded the ridge was. He promised it would be a quick look, then we'd decide together. I agreed because I didn't want to admit how badly I needed to stop. The saddle wasn't far, but it felt farther with my throat drying and my head buzzing. I walked it like an old man, focusing on each step so I wouldn't trip. When we reached the wider patch of rock, Evan set his pack down and pointed at a big flat boulder, the kind sunbathers would love if there were any oxygen to spare. He told me to sit, eat something salty, and wait. He said he'd be back in 10 minutes. I remember watching him start up toward the ridge. His figure shrank against the slope, dark against bright stone. He moved with that steady rhythm, poles planting, boots finding purchase. Then I looked down at my hands because they were shaking, and I worked a granola bar out of the wrapper with fingers that didn't feel like mine. That's where time started to warp. I ate half the bar and couldn't make myself chew the rest. My mouth felt too dry to swallow. I tried to wet my lips with my tongue, but even that felt like friction. I leaned back against the boulder and closed my eyes for what I thought would be a moment. When I opened them, the sun had shifted enough that the shadow line across the rocks had moved. The wind had picked up. It made a low sound through the ridge that reminded me of faraway traffic, a steady rush that didn't belong that high. I looked up to find Evan, expecting to see him coming back down. I saw nothing on the ridge. I stood unsteady and scanned the trail above and below. The saddle, the slope, the scattered rocks. The emptiness felt too clean, like someone had brushed the mountain bare. I checked my watch. More than 10 minutes had passed. I told myself he'd gone farther than planned. I waited, shifting my weight from foot to foot, trying not to panic, because panic burns water you don't have. Another stretch of time. The wind tugged my hood and made my ears sting. A thin line of clouds had started building over the next range, bright and flat like a shelf. I should have stayed put. That's the rule. But dehydration makes rules feel optional. Disorientation doesn't announce itself with a loud warning. It arrives as confidence you haven't earned. I walked a short way up toward where Evan had gone, calling his name once. Then again, my voice flattened the thin air. It didn't carry. The wind stole it and threw it somewhere behind me. I reached the point where the trail narrowed between boulders and the cairns were spaced farther apart. I saw scuffed stones where boots had passed, and the faint scrape marks of trekking poles. Nothing else. I told myself he was just over the next rise. I took a few more steps, then stopped because my vision blurred at the edges. I turned around and looked back down toward the saddle, and for a second, I couldn't find it. The landscape was the same color everywhere. Gray rock, pale gravel, white light. The boulder I'd been sitting against was just another boulder in a field of boulders. The cairns that had seemed obvious on the way up now looked like random piles of stone. My stomach dropped, not from fear of heights, but from the sudden realization that my brain had stopped mapping the world correctly. I stood still until I found the saddle again, then forced myself back down to it, step by careful step, like I was walking across glass. When I reached the flat spot, relief hit me so hard my knees went weak. I sat again and pulled my pack close, as if Evan could come back and I could pretend nothing had happened. Minutes stretched. The clouds on the horizon thickened. The temperature felt like it dropped even though the sun was still high. I kept checking my watch, then looking up, then checking again. Each loop made the silence heavier. Eventually I did what my pride had kept me from doing earlier. I dug out my phone and tried for a signal. One bar flickered, then vanished. I moved a few steps, held it up, turned in a slow circle. A bar returned, weak and teasing. I called. The call didn't connect. I tried a text. It sat unsent. I didn't have a radio. Evan did. I stared at the ridge where he disappeared and imagined him just out of sight, taking a longer look, finding a safer line, being responsible. That's what I clung to, because the alternative was a hollow space I couldn't fill. After another stretch of waiting, I started down, not because I wanted to leave Evan, but because staying up there without water felt like its own kind of vanishing. I went slowly, stopping often, forcing myself to look back and memorize what the saddle looked like from below. I kept expecting to see him crest the ridge and wave me down. Annoyed but fine, he never appeared. By mid-afternoon I reached the trailhead, sunburned, trembling, and sick with the kind of fatigue that makes you feel separate from your own skin. There were other hikers milling around, packing up, talking. The normalcy of it made my situation feel impossible. I found a ranger and tried to explain without sounding hysterical. I gave Evan's name, what he was wearing, where we'd separated, the meeting point at the saddle. Search officials moved fast once the words were out. They asked for timestamps. They asked how much water we'd carried, how much we'd consumed. They asked if Evan had complained of dizziness or nausea, if he'd mentioned feeling off. They asked if I'd seen anyone else near the ridge. They asked if we'd argued. Their questions were practical, and each one felt like a weight added to my chest. Within an hour, there were people on the trail, rangers, volunteers, a couple of climbers who offered to help. They carried radios and extra water and moved with purpose. I stayed at the trailhead because they told me to. I drank until my stomach cramped, then drank more, trying to erase the dry panic out of my body. As the afternoon wore on, the radios crackled with short, clipped reports. No visual, no contact, checking gullies, checking the leeward side. A helicopter thumped somewhere beyond the ridge, unseen but loud enough to vibrate in my bones. They asked me again later to point on a map where we'd separated. I did. The line on paper looked simple. Trail to saddle, ridge to summit. On paper it seemed impossible for a person to disappear between two obvious points on a clear day, but mountains don't stay obvious once your body starts failing. A wrong turn above trail line can feel like a right one. A 10-minute errand can become an hour. A shallow gully can hide you from sight. Dehydration can make you stubborn in the worst way. Convinced you can push just a little farther. Convinced you don't need help. Convinced you know where you are when you don't. That's what they told me. Carefully over the next few days. Fatigue and resource depletion create a window. Disorientation widens it. A person can slip out of that window without anyone seeing. The search lasted longer than my guilt could tolerate. They found nothing definitive. No pack. No jacket snagged on rock. No broken pole. No clear track line that led off trail and ended in a fall. They found scuffs and disturbed gravel, and places where the wind had erased everything. And they found, once, a single footprint pressed into a patch of damp grit near a melt seam, then nothing beyond it, as if Evan had stepped and then lifted straight up. I went back once weeks later, because I couldn't stop replaying it. I hiked partway up in the early morning, when the air was still and the shadows were long. I stood below the saddle and watched the ridge, trying to force my eyes to see what I'd missed. The mountain looked the same as it had that day, clean, bright, indifferent. The wind made its steady rush through the rocks, and for a moment it sounded like a voice trying to form words. Then it was only wind again. I left a small strip of orange tape tied to a cairn near where we'd agreed to meet. Not as a marker for search teams, but as a marker for my own mind. Proof that the place was real and not something dehydration had invented. The tape fluttered hard in the thin air. The only moving thing in a world of still stone. I remember Evan's back as he walked away from me, steady and sure, shrinking into the bright slope. I remember the taste of an empty tube and the way the saddle vanished from my eyes when I looked away for too long. I remember the footprint that went nowhere, and the silence after the radio stopped crackling. And I remember standing at the trailhead at dusk, watching the mountain turn purple, realizing that a person can be gone in the time it takes to swallow the last of your water. The last clear thing I remember about Evan Mercer is the way his pack sat on the cabin's porch rail like it belonged there. It was cinched tight, rain cover folded under a bungee, straps taped where he'd reinforced the stitching. A coil of bright cord hung from one side, a bear can from the other, and a paper map in a plastic sleeve lay flat on top, as if he'd set it down to check a bearing and never picked it back up. I'd driven up to my uncle's place to help him close the cabin for the season. It sat above the trail line, tucked into a bowl of stone and crumholts with a view of a jagged ridge that always looked closer than it was. We were there in late September, when the wind has teeth and the shadows settle early in the gullies. In that thin air, sound doesn't travel the way you expect. It either snaps sharp or vanishes. Evan was a friend of a friend, the sort of guy who showed up prepared even when nobody asked him to be. He'd been planning a long solo hike into the high wilderness, loops and spurs that would take him past the peaks, down into a glacial basin and back out by a different trailhead. He wasn't careless about it. He'd registered his route, left dates and check-in plans with 2 people, and he'd been talking about the trip for weeks like it was something he needed, not just wanted. I didn't meet him on the day he planned to start. I met him 3 days before that. He came in on foot from the access road, not sweating, not rushed, just moving with purpose. He had that calm efficiency of someone who has already decided what matters. My uncle was inside sorting canned goods and stripping beds, and I was outside stacking split wood against the shed. Evan nodded at me like we'd been introduced before. He didn't hang around to make it friendly. He stepped onto the porch, took off his gloves and checked the latch like it was a habit. He asked to use the porch for a few minutes, because he'd been told the cabin was a good place to get out of the wind. He wasn't asking for shelter exactly, more like a stable surface. He laid out a small notebook, his map and a compass on the rail, pressed a pencil to paper and traced something with a slow, careful hand. His gear was spread in a neat fan stove, water filter, a bundle of dried food sealed in clear bags, a compact first aid kit, and a satellite messenger still in its packaging as if he'd bought it specifically for this. He kept glancing up at the ridgeline and the saddle beyond it, gauging clouds that were barely there. I remember thinking, if anyone can handle this country alone, it's someone who packs like that. He stayed only long enough to tighten a strap, retape the end of a trekking pole grip, and write down what looked like times. He told my uncle later that he would start the following Tuesday at first light from the south trailhead and push high early to avoid afternoon weather. He didn't say why he was so set on doing it alone. He didn't have to. Some people carry a silence around with them, and you don't reach into it unless invited. The next time I heard his name was on a scratchy radio a week later. I volunteer with the county search and rescue team, the kind that gets called when somebody doesn't come home and the terrain isn't forgiving. When Evan missed his check-in window, the friend who had his itinerary called the sheriff's office. The initial response was the usual: confirm the vehicle at the trailhead, talk to the last known contacts, see if there was any cell activity, check weather and recent reports. Evan's truck was there, backed into the gravel at the south trailhead, exactly the way people park when they mean to come back to it. There was no note on the dash, no trash, no sign he'd changed plans. By the second day, the search expanded. Forest Service personnel brought their maps and their knowledge of old cuts and hidden drainages. The National Guard came in with a helicopter when the wind allowed it, and later with ground support once the snow flurry started teasing the high passes. Our team divided the planned loop into segments, sent people high to look down into chutes, sent people low to walk creek beds where a body might catch against rock. We swept switchbacks for boot prints, and scanned talus slopes for the unnatural shape of bright fabric. Evan, based on everything we knew, should have been survivable for a long time. He'd had enough food for days beyond his planned route. He had layers for cold, a shelter, a stove. He had a way to treat water. A man that prepared doesn't simply vanish in the first 48 hours without leaving something in abandoned pack, a dropped glove, a snapped branch, a scatter of crumbs, where a bear got curious. On day 3, someone said my uncle's cabin had been mentioned as a possible last sighting. The deputy asked if I'd been up there recently. I told him yes, and I told him about the guy with the taped pole grips and the package satellite messenger. That's when the timeline sharpened, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up like I'd stepped into a cold stream. A witness, one of the few people who still use the back road that late in the season, reported seeing Evan at the cabin 3 days before his planned start. The witness described the gear in detail, right down to the bright cord and the bear canister. That wasn't unusual by itself. What was unusual was the witness's certainty about the date. It mattered because it meant Evan had been up there with full supplies days before he was supposed to be anywhere near the trailhead where his truck was found. We treated it the way we treat any lead. Check it without falling in love with it. We went up to the cabin with 2 teams and a Forest Service officer. The first snow had dusted the shadowed side of the road, and in places it lay like flour over mud. I watched for tire marks that didn't belong. I watched for footprints. The wind made the spruce whisper in a way that sounded like a low crowd. The porch was clean except for the scuff marks where boots had turned. The latch was still stiff. The cabin was locked. Around the side, the woodpile was exactly the way I'd left it. There were no drag marks in the grass, no torn brush. If someone had fought there or hauled something heavy away, the place should have told on them. Then we found the supplies. It wasn't a cache buried deep or a clever hang from a high limb. It was on the ground behind the shed, tucked under a sheet of corrugated metal, like someone had set it there to keep it dry. The bags of food were intact. The stove was there, the spare batteries, the first aid kit, even the satellite messenger still in its packaging, rested on top like a final insult to all the plans it had never fulfilled. His long-haul gear was present and orderly, which meant he'd been there with it, which meant he had chosen at some point to leave it. We logged everything, photographed it, bagged what needed bagging. The deputy treated it like evidence because it was My uncle stood on the porch with his hands in his jacket pockets, staring at the pile as if it might rearrange itself into sense. From that point, the search radius changed. A prepared hiker without his supplies is no longer a prepared hiker. If Evan had left those things deliberately, it suggested a short out and back, a quick recon, or a strange decision made under pressure. If he had left them because he couldn't carry them, injury, illness, fear, then he should have been closer than we'd been looking. We combed the slope behind the shed first, then the timberline above the cabin, then the shallow basin where the snow gathered. We moved slow and methodical. We marked our paths with GPS and flagging tape that snapped in the wind. We checked under deadfall. We followed animal trails until they dissolved into rock. We looked for the small humiliations of human travel. A torn wrapper, a snapped zipper pull, a footprint where it shouldn't be. Near the ridge, the ground turns to shattered stone and stubborn grass. There are places where a man can fall and be hidden from any trail below, and there are places where nothing can hide because the mountain is bare and honest. We searched both. On day 5, I found boot prints that made my mouth go dry. They were half filled with snow, softened at the edges, not fresh. The tread pattern matched the kind of boot Evan had worn at the cabin. Deep lugs, wide heel. The prints angled away from the cabin, not toward the main trail, but toward a narrow cut in the rocks that locals called the Notch. It wasn't a route you took unless you meant to. Beyond it lay a steep drainage that dropped into a maze of boulders and dead trees. I called it in. We followed. The prints lasted for maybe 50 yards. Then the terrain changed to lichen-slick slab, and the trail of evidence did what evidence does in the high country. It failed. We spread out. We searched every seam where something could catch. We peered into cracks. We looked for fabric. We listened for anything that didn't belong. At the Notch itself, the wind hit us hard enough to shove. The clouds were low and moving fast. A gray ceiling that made distance hard to judge. I stepped through, careful, and felt the temperature drop as if I'd entered a different day. On the far side, there was a small flat patch of dirt sheltered by rock. In that dirt for a moment, there were clear impressions again. 2 steps, a pause, then nothing, as if the person had lifted off the ground. I know how that sounds. I also know what it feels like to stand in a place where your eyes insist on a gap in the story. We searched that drainage until our calves burned and our fingers went numb. We found no torn cloth, no blood, no broken branches with fresh sap, no scatter of items. The helicopter swept the bowls when the weather allowed, the blade noise swallowed by the ridges. Dogs came in and worked the scent until it faded into rock and wind. The guard flew thermal when the night was clear enough and it came back empty. As the days stacked up, the wilderness did what it always does. It erased. Snow fell lightly, and then heavier, filling in boot prints and smoothing the ground into a new page. Wind scoured ridges clean and drifted gullies deep. Any chance of finding a clear trail of signs shrank with every hour. The official effort went on longer than most, because Evan's preparation made everyone believe he had to be out there, alive, needing only one break. That hope has a gravity to it. It pulls resources and time, and tired bodies back into the field even when the logic is slipping away. But logic won in the end, the way it always does when budgets and weather and risk stack too high. On the 10th day, the sheriff called us in and told us the truth in plain language. They were calling off the search. The Forest Service would keep an eye out during patrols. The guard was needed elsewhere. Our team could continue limited operations on our own time, but the coordinated multi-agency effort was over. Official resources were exhausted, and continuing to send people into worsening conditions without a solid lead would create more victims. Nobody argued, not because we didn't care, but because we'd all seen what the mountain was becoming. I drove back up to my uncle's cabin a week later with the permission of the deputy, just to check that everything was secured. The air was bright and painfully cold. The porch rail where Evan had laid his map held a thin rim of ice like clear glass. Behind the shed, the spot where we'd found his supplies was bare now, the corrugated sheet leaning against the wall as if nothing had ever been under it. I stood there longer than I needed to, scanning the trail line and the rocks above it. The country was quiet in that deep winter way. when even birds seemed to conserve sound. Somewhere out beyond the ridge, under snow and stone, Evan's story had ended, or paused, or changed direction into something none of us could follow. I left with my boots crunching on frost, and when I looked back once, the porch was empty except for the pale line of ice on the rail, shining like the edge of a map that led nowhere. The first time I realized I was watching something that shouldn't be possible, I was halfway down the scree chute above the tarn, boots slipping on loose shale, lungs burning in the thin air, and my headlamp still unlit because there was just enough dusk left to see the water's skin below me. It was one of those alpine ponds that looks like a dropped coin in a bowl of rock. No inlet stream, no creek cutting out, just snowfields up high feeding it in spring, and later whatever rain the basin could catch. Granite walls on 3 sides and a slope of broken stone on the 4th. A place so still it seems to be holding its breath. I had come up late because I'd promised myself I'd stop working through weekends, and then I'd worked anyway until almost 4. The hike started in sun and ended in that blue bruised light that makes every distance feel farther than it is. I wasn't chasing anything. I wasn't scouting for a rescue. I just wanted to watch the wind move over water and remember what quiet sounded like. I saw him before I heard him. He was already on the shore when the tarn came fully into view, down where the last of the daylight clung to the water. From above, his outline was black against the pale stone. He stood at the edge with his shoulders slightly forward, as if listening, but I couldn't imagine what there was to listen to, except the hiss of my own breathing, and the small persistent whisper of wind coming off the ridge. He wasn't dressed for the elevation. That was the first wrong thing. No pack, no poles, no bright jacket, just dark pants and a lighter top that looked like a sweatshirt. I remember thinking he must have come up from the other side, maybe from the bowl beyond the ridge where the trail is barely a trail, and gotten turned around. People do that. They underestimate distance, overestimate daylight, but he didn't move like someone lost. He moved like someone who had arrived. I kept descending, because it didn't occur to me, not yet, that I needed to do anything other than mind my footing. The slope was steep enough that a fall would mean a long slide, and the rocks were sharp. My eyes flicked between the man and the ground. When I looked up again, he was walking into the water, not waiting like someone testing it, not stepping gingerly like someone bracing for cold, just walking forward in a straight, steady line. His arms relaxed at his sides. The tarn was glassy with a faint ripple where he broke the surface, and then the water swallowed his boots, his shins, his knees. I stopped mid-step and felt the loose shale shift under me. A small cascade of stones clattered down. He didn't react. He didn't look back. He didn't lift his hands. He didn't hesitate when the water reached his waist, his chest, his throat. He kept walking, and then he was gone. No splash, no flailing, no sudden drop that would suggest a ledge. His head went under as neatly as if the tarn had closed over him like a lid. I stood there with my mouth open, waiting for him to break the surface, because a person's body does that. Even in cold water, even in shock, even when they panic, there's a moment. There's always a moment when something fights to breathe. The surface smoothed out. A ring of ripples widened and thinned until it was nothing. The tarn returned to its earlier stillness, reflecting the last strip of sky like it had never been touched. I scrambled the rest of the way down without thinking about my knees or the way the shale slid under my boots. I hit the shoreline hard enough that pain shot up my leg. I didn't care. I dropped my pack and ran along the edge, scanning the water for any sign of him. Nothing. The water was dark in the center. The kind of dark that looks like depth, even if you don't know the depth. Near the edges, it was clear enough to show pale stones under the surface. I crouched and plunged my hand in. It was numbingly cold. Snow melt cold. I shouted then. I'm not going to dress it up. I yelled his presence into the basin and got my own voice back. Small and thin and wrong in that wide bowl of rock. No answer, no cough, no thrash. I forced myself to look for the obvious clothing. A pack. A place where he might have set something down before he went in. The shoreline was bare except for his footprints. They came from the scree slope to the right of where I descended, a line of deep boot prints in the damp sand and grit at the edge. They were crisp, well-defined, the tread pattern visible in a few. They led straight to the water, and they stopped. There were no prints coming back, no drag marks, no scuff where someone had slipped. Just that line ending at the exact point where the water lapped against the shore, as if he'd stepped off the world. I ran along the perimeter, looking for a second set of prints, looking for any sign he'd circled the tarn first. There wasn't. The lake's edge was mostly stone with short bands of sand, where the slope eased, where the surface was soft enough to hold a mark. There were only those prints. It hit me then, in a hard, clean way, that whatever I'd just seen was now in my hands. If he was drowning, there were minutes, in water that cold, not many. I didn't have a rope. I didn't have another person. I had a phone with spotty service and a headlamp. I tried my phone anyway. One bar, then none, then a bar again. I started moving up the slope toward a boulder outcrop where I knew the signal sometimes caught. I kept looking back at the tarn, like looking away would change what was there. When I got the call through, my words came out jagged. A man had walked into the water. He hadn't come back up. I gave my location the best I could, naming the trailhead, the basin, the ridge, the distance. I told them it was an alpine tarn with no outlet, a closed basin. I said it because it seemed important, because my mind was already trying to make sense of what my eyes had witnessed. By listing constraints like facts could pin down the impossible. The dispatcher told me to stay put if it was safe, to keep eyes on the water, to not enter myself. I went back down and stood at the shoreline until the last light drained out of the bowl and the tarn became a flat sheet of ink. I swept my headlamp over the surface again and again, hoping for a pale hand, a bubble trail, anything that would confirm that he was still inside the rules of bodies and water. Nothing broke the surface. By the time the first responders arrived, night had fully settled. Their lights climbed the slope like a slow constellation. They came in with the calm urgency I'd always admired in people trained to move toward danger. 2 from the local search and rescue unit, then a deputy, then more volunteers. They asked for my account. They took my statement. They marked the footprints with small flags so nobody would step on them. I watched them work and tried to hold on to the simple idea that the right equipment would turn this back into something explainable. The deputy leaned over the prints and shone his light along the tread. He asked me to point to where the man had entered. I indicated the spot. The deputy looked from that point to the still black surface and back again, his face tight as if he were measuring the distance between what he'd expected to hear and what I'd said. They set up a perimeter with tape, not because a tarn needs guarding, but because the world does when it's become a scene. They took photos of the prints and the shoreline. They ran a light along the waterline, searching for fibers, for anything caught on stone. At one point, one of the volunteers asked if the man had said anything to me before he went in. I told him I hadn't been close enough, and by the time I was, the man was already gone. The volunteer looked at me like he wanted to ask more, and couldn't find a way to do it that didn't sound like an accusation. I slept in fits on a tarp under a boulder overhang, my headlamp off to save battery. The dark around me so complete it felt physical. Every time I woke, I listened for a splash. Every time there was only wind, and once the distant metallic clink of gear as someone shifted their pack. Morning came gray and hard, the basin filled with flat light. The tarn looked smaller in daylight, less like a portal and more like what it was, a bowl of water cupped in stone. That's when the dive team arrived. They were not the kind of divers you see in vacation brochures. Dry suits, full-face masks, cylinders that looked heavy even from a distance. They moved with practiced economy, setting up lines and anchors, laying out equipment on tarps so nothing touched dirt. It didn't need to touch. A portable sonar unit came in on a small inflatable, its screen hooded against glare. I stayed back, where they told me to, sitting on a rock with my hands wrapped around a metal mug someone had pressed into my palms. I can still remember the taste of that coffee, burnt and bitter, and the only warm thing in a cold place. They briefed the plan out loud. Not for me, but for each other. Grid search. Shoreline sweep first, then deeper water. They'd map the bottom profile with sonar, and then put divers down on lines. They'd use a tender on shore to manage the rope. If the bottom dropped sharply, they'd adjust. In those hours, I learned how quickly a human mind starts bargaining with reality. Part of me hoped they'd find him immediately, that my eyes had simply missed a struggle in the dark water. Part of me hoped they'd find nothing because finding him would mean I'd watched a man die without stopping him. The sonar began first. The inflatable moved slowly back and forth, the operator peering at the screen, calling out numbers and shapes. I could see the pattern they were cutting into the tarn's surface, a quiet mowing of the water. The wind died completely, and the basin became so still that the only movement was the boat, and high above us, a hawk riding invisible air. They brought the first diver in near the entry point. The diver lowered himself into the tarn with a controlled slide, barely disturbing the water. A line ran from his harness back to shore. He disappeared beneath the surface, and the water closed over him with the same neatness it had shown the man, the tender on shore fed line, gloved hands steady. Another diver followed, this one farther out, then another. They worked in pairs, disappearing, resurfacing, clearing their masks, reporting findings in short phrases I couldn't fully hear. It wasn't dramatic, it was methodical, and that was worse in a way because method is what you use when the world behaves. They searched for hours. They searched the shallows where you could see every stone. They searched the dark center where the water absorbed light. They searched along the bottom where the sonar had shown a gentle slope, and farther out a deeper pocket. They ran a drag line at one point, weighted and slow, the kind of thing that catches on obstacles and on what you don't want to think of as obstacles. Nothing came up. No body, no clothing, no pack, no boots, no snagged fabric, no air bubbles trapped under a rock ledge, no disturbance in the silt that suggested a struggle. By mid-afternoon, they had mapped the tarn's bottom in detail. The sonar screen showed contours like a topographic map turned inside out. The operator pointed to the display and spoke to the deputy and the dive supervisor, indicating areas of interest, anomalies, spots they'd check again. They checked them again. Still nothing. That evening, as light angled toward the ridge and dust began to collect in the basin the way water collects in a cup, the deputy asked me to walk him through it one more time. We stood above the shoreline near the flagged footprints, and I told him exactly what I'd seen. I kept my words plain because anything else sounded insane when spoken out loud. The man, the walk, the steady pace, the disappearance, the smooth surface after. The deputy's eyes moved from my face to the water and back again. He asked if I'd seen any sign of intoxication, any stumble, any hesitation. I told him no, and that no felt like a stone I couldn't swallow. He asked how close I'd been. I pointed to the slope where I'd stopped, then to where I'd run down. He nodded, like distance might be the hinge the whole thing could swing on. When he left, the dive supervisor lingered by the water and stared into it for a long time. He didn't look frightened. He looked offended, like the tarn was failing to meet a basic standard of fairness. They called it for the night with the same calm they'd brought in the morning. Equipment packed, lines coiled, batteries checked, plans made for another day. I didn't leave. Not that night. I told myself it was because I might be needed to point out the entry spot again. But the truth was uglier. I couldn't stand the thought of driving down the mountain while the tarn sat above me, holding a secret I'd witnessed being sealed. I sat alone on a rock and watched dusk settle over the water. The surface reflected the first stars, pinpricks that looked too close, like they'd fallen and were floating there. The shoreline where the prints lay flagged looked staged, like evidence placed by someone with a sense of composition. At some point, I found myself staring at the exact place the footprint stopped, as if the line between grit and water could explain what the water refused to show. I could see the last print clearly, heel and toe, tread and pressure points, a human weight translated into a mark. Then nothing. The next day was more of the same, only tighter. They brought in more sonar. They adjusted the frequencies, looked for different returns. They ran the inflatable again and again until the grid was as close to complete as anyone could make it in a small body of water. The operator shook his head more than once and tapped the screen with a gloved finger, as if the right gesture might coax the missing shape into being. They put divers down again, longer this time, slower sweeps, overlapping passes. They searched the bottom by feel in places where the silt was thicker. They checked the rock walls under the waterline for cracks. The supervisor had them run their hands along the stones like blind readers, looking for an opening big enough to take a body. When someone mentioned the possibility of an underwater outlet, the response was immediate. This tarn was a closed system. The basin was granite, old and dense. No known karst, no sinkholes. There was no stream leaving it, because there was nowhere for a stream to go. The only way water left was through evaporation and seepage, so slow it didn't form a channel. They'd even walked the perimeter, the deputy and a volunteer, circling the entire bowl and checking for any sign of water escaping. They found none. No damp outflow. No trickle hidden under moss. Just rock and scrub and the stubborn, still pond. The story should have ended in one of two ways. A body recovered or a body not recovered, but with a plausible explanation for why. Instead, it turned into a third category that nobody liked naming. By the end of the second day, the dive supervisor called the deputy aside and spoke in a low voice. I didn't hear the words, but I saw the supervisor's hand gesture toward the sonar unit, then toward the lake, then upward in a helpless arc. The deputy's shoulders sank a fraction. That afternoon, as dusk approached again, the team tried one last pass, a kind of stubborn insistence. The divers went down, resurfaced, went down again. They moved with less optimism and more obligation, because procedure demands completion, even when hope is gone. The climax of it, if you can call it that, came in a moment so quiet it almost slipped past me. The inflatable sat near the center, barely rocking. The sonar operator stared at his screen. The dive supervisor stood on shore with his hands at his sides. The divers were in the water, lines taut, bodies invisible below. Then one of the divers surfaced and shook his head. He did it once. Slow. Then again. The supervisor nodded back. A short motion. Final. No one yelled. No one swore. There was no dramatic announcement to the basin. The decision passed between them like a current, and then they began pulling lines and packing gear as the light drained out of the sky. I walked down to the flagged footprints while they worked. I stood over the last print and tried to see it as they must have seen it. A detail in a case, a mark that could be photographed and cataloged and eventually filed away, but it was more than that to me. It was the point where my own memory stopped making sense. I reached into my pack later and found the small notebook I keep for trail notes. The kind of habit that makes me feel organized even when I'm not. I wrote down the sequence of events in plain language, because my mind kept trying to rearrange them into something survivable. I wrote down the date, the time, the light. I wrote down the position on the shoreline. I wrote down the absence of everything that should have followed. I still have that notebook. I still have the typed statement they had me sign afterward folded into a plastic sleeve like it needs protection from weather even now. After they left, the deputy told me the search would continue in phases. More people might come. Dogs might be brought in to scent the shoreline. If the weather held, they'd do another sweep. If the weather turned, they'd wait. He was careful with his phrasing. He didn't say what we both knew. That water this cold preserves and hides. That bodies sometimes resurface and sometimes don't. That mountain basins keep their own schedules. I drove down that night with my headlights cutting through trees, and every curve of the road felt too casual for what I'd left behind. I kept seeing the man's shoulders as he entered the water. The way he didn't brace, the way he moved as if the tarn had called him by name. I kept hearing my own voice echoing off stone when I shouted for him. A voice that sounded like it belonged to somebody else. In the weeks that followed, I was contacted more than once. They asked me to confirm details. They asked if I could describe the man's height, his build, his clothing. They asked if I'd noticed any distinguishing features, tattoos, scars. I hadn't. In my memory, he was mostly silhouette, a figure shaped by dusk and distance. They told me, carefully, that there had been no match to a missing person report at first. Then later there may have been. Then later they weren't sure. Names and possibilities moved around in the system like leaves in a slow eddy, never settling into a certainty I could hold. I went back once, months later, on a clear day when the trail was dry and the basin looked almost friendly. The tarn was lower. The shoreline pulled back, exposing more rock and sand. I walked to the spot where the footprints had ended and stared at the water. The surface was bright then, reflecting sun, and it was easy to tell myself that what happened had been a trick of light, a misread of distance, a moment of panic rewritten into something stranger than it had been, but there was no way to edit the core of it. I had watched a person walk into that water. I had watched him go under. I had watched the surface close and smooth. I had watched the search fail inside a contained space where failure didn't fit the math of the world. I knelt and ran my fingers along the sand at the edge. The grains were coarse, mixed with tiny chips of stone. The water lapped against my skin and was colder than I expected, even in summer. I looked for any sign of disturbance, any trace that a body had been there and moved. There was nothing. The tarn lay in its granite bowl the way it always had, collecting sky, collecting weather, collecting silence. A closed system, people called it, as if that phrase could lock down reality, as if describing the boundaries meant everything inside would behave. I stood there until the sun shifted, and a shadow from the ridge began creeping across the water. The light changed the color of the tarn from blue to black, and for a moment it looked exactly like it had that first night at dusk, when the man walked forward as though he'd been given a direction I couldn't hear. I left before the shadow fully covered it, but I carried the image down the mountain with me anyway. The last footprint at the water's edge, and the blankness beyond it, a line ending in the one place it shouldn't be able to end, and the surface of the lake holding steady as if nothing had ever broken it at all.